Praise you.
Wow.
Recording has started.
Yeah, you got the flow, bro.
Okay, shalom, everyone.
Shalom.
As our beloved brother stated, he would love for everyone to turn to Psalm 7, please. That is Psalms 7. It reads, O Yahweh, my Elohim, in thee do I put my trust. Save me from all them that persecute me, and deliver me. Lest he tear my soul like a lion, rending it in pieces, while there is none to deliver. O Yahweh, my Elohim, if I have done this, if there be iniquity in my hands, if I have rewarded evil unto him that was at peace with me, yea, I have delivered him that without cause is my enemy. Let the enemy persecute my soul and take it. Yea, let him tread down my life upon the earth and lay my honor in the dust. Selah. Arise, O Yahweh, in thine anger. Lift up thyself because of the rage of my enemies, and awake for me to the judgment that thou hast commanded. So shall the congregation of the people compass thee about. For their sakes, therefore, return thou on high. Yahweh shall judge the people. Judge me, O Yahweh, according to my righteousness and according to mine integrity that is in me. O let the wickedness of the wicked come to an end, but establish the just. For the righteous Elohim trieth the hearts and reigns. My defense is of Elohim, which saves the upright in heart. Elohim judges the righteous, and Elohim is angry with the wicked every day. If he turn not, he will whet his sword. He hath bent his bow and made it ready. He hath also prepared for him the instruments of death. He ordained his arrows against the persecutors. Behold, he travelleth with iniquity, and hath conceived mischief, and brought forth falsehood. He made a pit and digged it, and is fallen into the ditch which he made. His mischief shall return upon his own head, and his violent dealing shall come down upon his own pate. I will praise Yahweh according to his righteousness, and will sing praise to the name of Yahweh Most High. Hallelujah!
Hallelujah.
Praise you.
And as our brother stated, he would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 130, please. That is Psalms 130. It reads, out of the depths have I cried unto thee, O Yahweh. Yahweh, hear my voice. Let thine ears be attentive to the voice of my supplications. If thou, Yahweh, shouldest mark iniquities, O Yahweh, who shall stand? But there is forgiveness with thee, that thou mayest be feared. I wait for Yahweh. My soul doth wait, and in his word do I hope. My soul waited for Yahweh, more than they that watch for the morning. I say, more than they that watch for the morning. Let Israel hope in Yahweh, for with Yahweh there is mercy, and with him is plenteous redemption. And he shall redeem Israel from all his iniquities. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah and Shalom, Israel. Today's presentation will be called What Yahweh Said, That Will I Speak, concerning the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread. As we do with all our presentations, we will make a distinction between the holy and the unholy, and between that which is written and that which is not. And we will once again reprove our brothers and sisters dealing with this great feast day that is about to come upon us, which is called the Passover, which usually starts at the end of April or the 1st of May. Since this season is coming upon us, we love to get a fast start by warning the people on what Yahweh has said. We don't really want to wait for the day to start. We want to have a couple of days ahead to warn our brothers and sisters. Maybe they will stop the evil that they are doing once they understand these great lessons that we have brought forth to reprove them and to show them that they are not doing what Yahweh has said and that they are only committing evil. So again, today's presentation will be called What Yahweh Said, That Will I Speak, the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread. At this time, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying Hallelujah. Also, I would like to ask Yahweh to allow the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart to be acceptable in His sight. Yahweh, our strength and our Redeemer. Also, at this time, get yourself a pen, a piece of paper, and in Holy Scripture, where you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will bring forth this day dealing with the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread. Well, let's jump right into it. And the first place we would love to go is found in the book of Proverbs, the book of wisdom. We will use Proverbs chapter 3 to warn our brothers and sisters that they may hear and fear Yahweh and depart from evil. So let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to Proverbs, the 3rd chapter. And it tells us in Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, if we start reading at the very first verse, and please take heed to every word, because we have avouched to only speak what Yahweh said. That will I speak concerning this great subject matter. And it tells us in Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, the very first verse. And it reads, my son, forget not my law, but let thy heart keep my commandments. Note, for length of days As we spoke last week, or the last presentation, dealing with the greatest gift to mankind, which we established was life, and we tried to show the people how to hang on to that life as long as you can. And it tells us by way of advice in the second verse, for length of days, by keeping the law, by keeping the commandments, it tells us in the second verse, for length of days and long life. This long life denotes years of life. And peace, as we spoke about dealing with the 2 million people gathering, we advise to pray for the peace of the city. Thus it reads here, dealing with length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart. So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Yahweh and man. Trust in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. Be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It shall be health to thy navel, and morals to thy bones. Honor Yahweh with thy substance, and with the first fruits of all thy increase. So shall thy barns be filled with plenty, and thy presses shall burst out with new wine. My son, despise not the chastising of Yahweh, neither be weary of his correction. And we are being chastised today. And one of the chastisements is that we will not enjoy the Sabbath while we are accepting our punishment. While we are accepting our chastisement, we will not enjoy the Sabbath, nor will we enjoy the land of promise, nor do we enjoy the statutes of life. Thus it tells us again in the 11th verse, my son, despise not the chastising of Yahweh, neither be weary of his correction. For whom Yahweh loves, he corrects. So let's see who Yahweh loved this day, dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, because it tells us by way of warning, it tells us by way of wisdom, for whom Yahweh loves, he corrects. Even as a father the son in whom he delights. So this correction is good. You're not dead, you're not destroyed, but you're being punished. You're being corrected. And wisdom tells us, whom Yahweh loves, he corrects. Let's see who he loves. Let's see how many of us be corrected today. Even as a father, the son in whom he delights. Happy is the man that find wisdom, many of us shall leave from this presentation very happy. Not happy Sabbath, but very happy because you left this presentation with understanding. You have truly realized that you and your brothers and sisters are in error for trying to do that which is holy in a polluted land. Thus it reads, again in the 13th verse, happy is the man and woman that find wisdom, and the man or woman that get understanding. For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver, and the gain thereof than fine gold. Wisdom, it reads, she is more precious than rubies, and all the things thy can desire are not to be compared into wisdom. Length of days, note how to prolong that great gift of life. It reads, length of days is in her right hand, and her left hand riches and honor. Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. So if we're going to pray for the peace of the city, we're going to find ourselves on our knees praying, but we're going to also find ourselves walking with wisdom, using wisdom each and every day. Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. Wisdom, it reads in the 18th verse, she is a tree of life. Well, it tells us that Yahweh put an angel with a flaming sword in the Garden of Eden to protect the tree of life. But it allows us to know if we use wisdom, sound wisdom, it is as if we are eating from the tree of life. Let's read this again. It says, she, wisdom, is a tree of life. To them, not everybody, but to them that lay hold upon her. Everybody do not use wisdom. And happy is everyone that retains wisdom. Yahweh, by wisdom, has founded the earth. By understanding have he established the heavens. By his knowledge the depths are broken up, and the clouds drop down the dew. My son and daughter, let not them depart from thy eyes. Keep sound wisdom and discretion. So shall they be life into thy soul, and grace, mercy to thy neck. Then shall thy walk in thy way safely, and thy foot shall not stumble. When thou liest down, thou shalt not be afraid. Yea, thou shalt lie down, and thy sleep shall be sweet. You're not going to lose one night of sleep worrying about what the heathens are talking about. Be not afraid of sudden fear, neither of the desolation of the wicked when it comes. For Yahweh shall be thy confidence if we truly fear him and depart from evil. and shall keep thy foot from being taken. Withhold not good from them to whom it is due, and I truly believe it is due to each and every one of you. Thus, we are having this presentation. It says, withhold not good from them to whom it is due, when it is in the power of thy hand to do it. Say not unto thy neighbor, go and come again, and tomorrow I will give, when thou hast it by thee. Devise not evil against thy neighbor, seeing he dwells securely by thee. Strive not with a man without cause, if he have done thee no harm. Envy thy not the oppressor, the heathen, evil, violence, and choose none of his ways. For the forward is an abomination to Yahweh. Also, homosexuality. Homosexuality is an abomination. For it reads, for the forward is an abomination to Yahweh, but his secret is with the righteous. The curse of Yahweh is in the house of the wicked. And unfortunately, that curse is in our house. For our fathers was found wicked, but he blessed the habitation of the just. Surely he scorns the scorners, but he give grace and mercy unto the lowly. The wise shall inherit glory. But for all you that teach that we are under the covenant of the law today, for all you that teach that we are under the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, for all you that have these rights and customs that they have added to the word of Yahweh, it reads in the last verse of Proverbs 3, verse 35, the wise shall inherit glory, but shame shall be the promotion of food. Or another way of saying that, shame shall be the exaltation of the fools. We don't want to be shamed today. We want to glorify Yahweh for all that he has said and for all that we find in these holy scriptures that he have done. Thus, let us turn our holy scriptures to the book of the law. Let's go to Deuteronomy, the 10th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 10th chapter. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 10th chapter, for I have decided to go this route, and the route that I am going to introduce the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread is with what Yahweh have told his faithful prophets, and what his faithful prophets have told Yahweh's children, the children of Israel. And it is these great words. What Yahweh said, that will I speak. So I want to open up this presentation dealing with the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread with these great words of wisdom. And these words says again, what Yahweh says, that will I speak. Thus, we find ourselves in Deuteronomy, the 10th chapter, to show the world by the way of the law and testimony what Yahweh said And we will continue to use the law and testimonies to speak what Yahweh said. Thus, it tells us in the 10th chapter of Deuteronomy, if we all turn there, please, and let's pick up at the 8th verse. Deuteronomy 10, verse 8, and it reads, at that time, after this great advice that we read in Proverbs 3, it tells us in Deuteronomy 10, verse 8, at that time, Yahweh separated the tribe of Levi to bear the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, to stand before Yahweh to minister unto him. Please take note of these instructions. This is the law. And to bless in his name into this day. Wherefore Levi have no part nor inheritance with his brethren. Yahweh is his inheritance. According as Yahweh thy Elohim promised him. And I stayed in the mount according to the first time, 40 days and 40 nights. And Yahweh hearkened unto me at that time also. And Yahweh would not destroy you. And Yahweh said unto me, arise, take thy journey before the people, that they may go in and possess the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give to them. And now, Israel, what does Yahweh thy Elohim, please take note, because we only teaching what Yahweh said. That will we teach. That will we speak. Thus it tells us in the 12th verse of Deuteronomy 10, and now, Israel, what does Yahweh thy Elohim require of you? What do he require? But to fear Yahweh thy Elohim, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart and with all thy soul, to keep the commandments of Yahweh and his statutes, which I command thee this day for thy good. Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens is Yahweh, thy Elohim. The earth also, with all that therein is. Only Yahweh had a delight in thy fathers, to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you, above all people, as it is this day. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked, for Yahweh your Elohim is Elohim of God, and Master of Lords, a great Elohim, a mighty and a terrible, which regard not persons nor take reward. He does execute, note, the judgment of the fatherless and widow, and love the stranger, and giving him food and raiment. Love you, therefore, the stranger, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt, as you are strangers in the land of America and scattered abroad. Thou shalt fear Yahweh thy Elohim. Him shall thou serve, nobody else. I don't care what degree of morayship, priestship, or any other ship that our brothers and sisters come before you with. You are not to serve him. You are not to put his words, his doctrine, his teachings over the Creator. For it tells us in this last sentence again, him shall thou serve, in him shall thou cleave, and swear by his name, not by your teacher. The 21st verse reads, he is thy praise. Hallelujah. Tell the world what he did. Tell the world what he's going to do. He is thy praise, not your teacher. And he is thy Elohim that have done for thee these great and terrible things, which thy eyes have seen. Thy fathers went down into Egypt with 70 persons, and now Yahweh, thy Elohim, the Creator, have made thee as the stars of heaven for multitude. It also tells us in the 11th chapter of Deuteronomy, if we pick up at the 8th verse, and it reads, therefore shall you keep all the commandments which I command you this day, that you may be strong and go in and possess the land, whether you go to possess it, and that you may prolong your days. Please take note, not in the land of your enemies, not wherever you find yourself, but it says in the land which Yahweh sware unto your fathers, to give unto them and to their seed a land that floweth with milk and honey. For the land, whether thou goes in to possess it, please take note of the distinction being made dealing with the geographical locations. And please take note that these laws, statutes, and judgments and commandments was only supposed to be done in the land that Yahweh just made a distinction from. It was not supposed to be in the land like Egypt, like you find yourself today in America. But instead, it commanded our fathers these great words in the 10th verse. For the land whether thou goes in to possess it is not, it reads, is not as the land of Egypt. So the Almighty is making a distinction between the promised land and the land of Egypt from which they were saved out of. And the Almighty letting us know that there is a difference. So why do we come up with a conclusion that we can do that which is holy in Egypt? Why do we confuse ourselves being in America that we can serve Yahweh in America when Yahweh commanded Moses to tell Pharaoh to let his son go that he may serve me? And he was so direct that he said, if you did not let my son go, I will kill your firstborn son. And after reading those great spiritual words, you will tell your brother that you can keep the Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Day of Atonement, the Sabbath in the enemy's land. The last sentence of the 10th verse reads, where thou sowest thy seed and waters it with thy foot as a garden of herbs, like picking cotton in the fields of Mississippi. But the land, whether you go to possess it, is a land of hills and valleys and drink of water of the rain of heaven, a land which Yahweh thy Elohim cares for or seeks for. The eyes of Yahweh thy Elohim are always upon it, from the beginning of the year, the month or moon Abib, even into the end of the year. And it shall come to pass, if you shall hearken diligently into my commandments, which I command you this day, to love Yahweh your Elohim, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land, in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn, in thy wine, and thy oil. And I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, as many of our brothers and sisters' hearts have been deceived dealing with this feast that is about to come upon us. It reads, take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, and you turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. And many people might say, well, brother, this don't relate to us. This don't relate to the brothers and sisters that's leaning on their own understanding, that's walking around delusional. And I beg to differ. And I will show the difference when we find ourselves in 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter, because we're going to show that the same attitude that our brothers and sisters have when they serve other gods and worship them, it's the same attitude they have when they add or take away from that which Yahweh has said and done. It is no different than serving other gods and worshiping them. The 17th verse reads, and then Yahweh's wrath be kindled against you, and he shut up the heaven, that there be no rain, and that the land yield not her fruit, and lest ye perish quickly from off the good land which Yahweh give you, which you have never seen in your life. The 18th verse reads, therefore shall you lay up these my words in your heart, as I have, and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. And you shall teach them your children. And if you teach your children correctly, they know without a shadow of doubt that their parents is not enjoying nor celebrating the Sabbath, nor the Passover, nor the Feast of Unleavened Bread. For it continues to tell us, speaking of them, when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thy house, and upon thy gates, that your days may be multiplied. Please take note of longevity. In the days of your children in the land which Yahweh sware unto your father, to give them, and note, as the days of heaven upon the earth. The Almighty allows us to know that the people got their direction wrong. The Almighty let us know that the people are using the wrong map, because if they truly was seeking Yahweh, going to and fro, And if they truly would have found him, they should readily know that their days, that they could prolong their days in the land of promise, long as they kept every word that Yahweh said to them, and not just them, but their children, as he swore into your fathers to give them. And know it will be as the days of heaven upon the earth. So you're going the wrong way. Many people are trying to hurry up and die to go to heaven, when the Almighty is promising life here upon earth as the days of heaven. Thus, the 22nd verse reads, for if you shall diligently keep all these commandments. And how can one say they have diligently kept something when the scripture tells us that these things should be in the land that Yahweh swore into your fathers, and then you tell them that they can do it wherever they are at? You have not diligently kept anything. All these commandments, which I command you to do them, to love Yahweh your Elohim, to walk in all his ways, and to cleave into him. Then will Yahweh drive out all these nations from before you, and you shall possess greater nations and mightier than yourselves. Every place whereon the sole of your feet shall tread shall be yours, from the wilderness and Lebanon, from the river Euphrates, even into the uttermost sea shall your coast be. There shall no man be able to stand before you, for Yahweh your Elohim shall lay the fear of you and the dread of you upon all the land that you shall tread upon, as he has said unto you. Behold, I set before you this day. Please take note that Yahweh is not a man that he should lie. Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse, one or the other. A blessing if you obey the commandments of Yahweh your Elohim, which I command you this day. And a curse if you will not obey the commandments of Yahweh your Elohim, but turn aside out of the way which I command you this day, to go after other gods which ye have not known. And it shall come to pass, when Yahweh thy Elohim hath brought thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, that thou shalt put the blessing upon Mount Gerizim and the curse upon Mount Ebal. Are they not on the other side of Jordan, by the way where the sun goes down, in the land of the Canaanites, which dwell in the campaign over against Gilgal, beside the plains of Moreh? For you shall pass over Jordan to go in, to possess the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you. And you shall possess it, and dwell all of your dwellings, Israel, it reads, and dwell therein. And you shall observe what Yahweh said, that will I speak. And Yahweh told his children, and you shall observe to do all the statutes, every right, every, what's the other word I'm looking for? Every right and every, one second, ceremony is the word I was looking for. Every rite and every ceremony thereof. And judgments which I set before you this day. So nothing can be done according to all that Yahweh said without the judgment. Let us turn our scriptures to Isaiah 59. Isaiah 59. Because at one time I wanted to make this presentation dealing with the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread, and I wanted to apply that Yahweh's hand is not shortened. And the reason I am taking us to Isaiah 59 because it allows us to know that Yahweh had Isaiah to tell his children that his hand is not shortened. All that he promised Israel will befall them. But the reason why these things have not befell them is because of their iniquity, because they had broken the covenant. So it will be fruitless to teach that we are keeping the Passover here in America, and in the same breath, it allows us to see that Yahweh's hand is shortened. And one might say, why are you saying his hand is shortened? Because I wake up and I see you still here. Many of you that's been in the walk of the so-called Israelites, 10 and 15 and 20 years, where you done kept the Passover 10 and 15 and 20 times. And you still here. Is it because Yahweh's hand shortened? Is it because Yahweh's ear is heavy that he cannot hear? Or is it because you are walking around here delusional, not understanding the words of the holy and the judgment of your maker? Thus it reads in Isaiah 59, and it will tell us the answer. Isaiah 59. And it reads in the very first verse, behold, Yahweh's hand is not shortened, that it cannot save. Well, you on number 20 of the Passover, and you have not been saved out of now one of them. We got a presentation called The Day After the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread to show our brothers and sisters without a doubt all that you are doing is in vain. It is vanity and a vexation of spirit, unless you want to call your maker a lie. For it reads in the very first verse of Isaiah 59, behold, Yahweh's hand is not shortened, that it cannot save. He is the only one that has saved Israel. Neither his ear heavy. He hear everything. He told Moses that I heard the crying of the children of Israel, and they was crying for over 430 years. But he let us know that I heard and I seen everything. Thus it reads, neither his ear heavy that it cannot hear. But your iniquities have separated between you in your Maker, and your sins have hid his face from you. And as we read in the last presentation, when Yahweh hides from you, you are in trouble. That he will not hear. The third verse reads, for your hands are defiled with blood, and your fingers with iniquity. Your lips have spoken lies. Your tongues have murdered perverseness. But you're going to still teach? We under the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread? None call for justice, nor any plea for truth. This is the truth. What Yahweh said, that will I speak. This is the truth. The fourth verse reads, none called for justice, none nor any plea for truth. They trust in vanity, and I just stated the things that you teach, the things that you are doing, is nothing but vanity and a vexation of spirit. They trust in vanity and speak lies. They conceive mischief and bring forth iniquity. Your brother is calling your deeds evil. They hatch crockeries, eggs, and weave the spider web, that he that eat of their eggs die, and that which is crushed break out into a vapor. Their webs shall not become garments, neither shall they cover themselves with their works. Their works are works of iniquity, and the acts of violence is in their hand. It is truly violent to charge your brother and sister for lying to them. For Yahweh hates a liar. It continued to tell us the last sentence of the seventh verse. Their feet run to evil, and they make haste to shed innocent blood. Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity, and in their thoughts of iniquity it is wasting and destruction are in their paths. The way of peace they know not. Instead, they're going to gather together and march and protest 2 and 3 million at a time instead of praying for the peace of the city. For in the peace thereof ye shall have peace. It says, the way of peace they know not, and there is no judgment in their goings. They have made them crooked paths. It is crooked to teach the memorial of freedom and being a slave at the same time. They have made them crooked paths. Whosoever goes therein shall not know peace. And none of you that are perpetrating the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread in your enemy's land truly know peace, nor are you having peace. You are losing many days of sleep because you know that you are living a lie, because you're going to wake up and you're going to find your butt still here. You're going to find your butt and your family being smitten by the heathen, when the Passover supposed to denote the heathen being smitten, and he passed over you. Well, you ain't being passed over. You done had 20 Passovers, and you haven't been passed over yet. Your children is dying every year. The 9th verse, therefore is judgment far from us. The Almighty said, let me get to the great men, according to Jeremiah 5. And who was the great men? Those that understood, those that knew the judgment of Yahweh was considered the great men. Well, here go a bunch of fools. In the 9th verse, it says, therefore is judgment far from us. Neither does justice overtake us. And every time you have the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, we never see justice overtake you. Never. We wait for light by the law and by the testimony. If they come not according to these, you are waiting in vain. But behold, a surety for brightness, but we walk in darkness. And it is truly darkness to teach that we are memorializing the Passover and our children are not being passed over. We grope for the wall like the blind, and we grope as if we had no eyes. We stumble at noonday as in the night. We are in desolate places as dead men. We roar all like bears when they teach us that they're going to keep the Passover. They roar like bears when they teach that they under the Sabbath, talking about Shabbat Shalom. And mourn sore like doves. A lot of these same people talking about what Trump done did. Well, what do Trump got to do with you? If you under the law, if you serving y'all, Trump, or what does what's going on in the United States have to do with you? If you under the law and you are Yahweh's servant, nothing. But in your delusion, once you get done talking like a bear and see your reality, you will be known as a sore dove, mourning sore like a dove. We look for judgment, for justice, but there is none. For salvation, but it is far off from us. For our transgressions are multiplied before you, and our sins testify against us. Talking about our fathers. For our transgressions are with us, and as for our iniquities, we know them. Thus, we have 39 books. And within these 39 books are many testimonies of Israel being guilty for breaking the covenant, guilty for their transgressions and for their iniquities. The 13th verse, and transgressing, note, and lying, one of the 7 abominations that Yahweh hates, and lying against Yahweh, and departing away from our Elohim. Departing away from our Elohim means you are not on the path. It means that you are not acknowledging all that Yahweh has said. And lying. When you tell your brothers and sisters that we are to keep the Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, wherever we at, but each time we find ourselves still slaves, still needing to be saved, you just lied to your brother and sister. You just had them under a delusion. It continues to tell us, speaking, departing from the 13th verse, it says, in transgressing and lying against Yahweh and departing away from our Elohim, speaking oppression. You are truly oppressing your brother, charging them $200 to sit down in a chair to be lied to and to eat some lamb that came out of the supermarket. It reads, speaking oppression and revolt, being rebellious, conceiving and uttering from the heart. The heart is truly deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who should know it? And this speaking and conceiving and uttering from the heart words of falsehood, a lie. And judgment is turned away backwards. And what do that mean? Judgment is never executed, as you find yourself today. You keep saying you're keeping the Passover, but judgment never follows. The enemy sons are not being killed because of you and I. It reads, and judgment, the 14th verse, and judgment is turned away backwards, and justice stand afar off. For truth is fallen in the street, and equity cannot enter. Yea, truth fails, and he that depart from evil, which we teach every week, every day, to fear Yahweh, and to depart from evil, the 15th verse says, yea, truth faileth, and he that depart from evil, you and I make ourselves a prey. And Yahweh saw it, as he see this day. And it displeased him that there was no judgment. And he saw that there was no man or woman, and wondered that there was no intercessor. Therefore, his arm alone brought salvation into him. And his righteousness, it sustained him. For he put on righteousness as a breastplate, and an helmet of salvation upon his head. And he put on the garments of vengeance for clothing, and was clad with zeal as a cloak. According to their deeds, accordingly he will repay. Fury to his adversary, recompense to his enemy. To the owls he will repay recompense. So shall they fear the name of Yahweh from the west, and his glory from the rising of the sun. When the enemy shall come in like a flood, the Spirit of Yahweh shall lift up a standard against him. And the Redeemer shall come to Zion, and unto them that turn, fear Yahweh, depart from evil. If you turn from transgression, you have departed from evil. And unto them that turn from transgression, in Jacob, said Yahweh. As for me, this is my covenant with them, said Yahweh. My spirit that is upon thee, and my words which I have put in thy mouth shall not depart out of thy mouth, nor out of the mouth of thy seed, nor out of the mouth of thy seed. That's why we are teaching it this day, saying Yahweh, from henceforth and forever. Thus, again, this presentation is called, What Yahweh Said, That Will I Speak. the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Genesis, the 12th chapter. Genesis, the 12th chapter. And it tells us in Genesis, the 12th chapter, we all turn there, please. And let's just read the first 5 verses. Because what Yahweh said, that will I speak. Genesis, the 12th chapter, the first 5 verses. And it reads, Now Yahweh has said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, into a land. Please take note, for Yahweh changes not. That I will show you, and I will make of you a great nation. And I will bless you, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them. You got to take note of these words. And I will bless them that bless you, and curse him that curse you. And in you shall all families of the earth be blessed. The 4th and 5th verse reads, So Abram departed as Yahweh had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarah, his wife, and Lot, his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran, and they went forth to go into the land of Canaan. And into the land of Canaan they came. It tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Numbers, the 22nd chapter. Numbers, the 22nd chapter. For again, we are teaching this day, dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. What Yahweh said, that will I speak. That will I teach. Numbers, the 22nd chapter, please. And it tells us in the 22nd division of Numbers, if we start reading at the very first verse. And please take note of what you are reading and what it says and why it says what it says. We need to understand the words of the Holy, not just read them. I have two. We're going to read Numbers 22, Numbers 23, and some of Numbers 24. And we have brought forth these things to let us know what Yahweh said, that will I speak. What Yahweh said, that is the only thing that counts. Not what your brother teach, not what your sister said, but what Yahweh said is the only thing that counts. And I wanted to kick in the door with this before we actually show what Yahweh said dealing with the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread. I am indicting you with all these words before we even get to the lesson. This is just an introduction to the lesson to let the world know when we deal with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, it will only come by way of what Yahweh said. And we should truly be justified because we are only using his words. We refuse to add or diminish anything. Thus, it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 22nd chapter, the very first verse. And it reads, "And the children of Israel set forward and pitched in the plains of Moab on this side of Jordan by Jericho. And Balak, the son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. And Moab was so afraid of the people because they were many. And Moab was distressed because of the children of Israel, because of you. And Moab said unto the elders of the Midians, Now shall this company lick up all that are round about us, as the ox lick up the grass of the field. And Balak, the son of Zippor, was king of the Moabites at that time. And he sent messengers, therefore, into Balaam, the son of Beor, to Petor, which is by the river of the land of the children of his people, to call him, saying, Behold, there is a people come out from Egypt. Behold, they covered the face of the earth, and they abide over against me. Come now, therefore, I pray thee, curse me this people, for they are too mighty for me. Peradventure I shall prevail, that we may smite them, and that I may drive them out of the land. For I wot that he whom thy blesses is blessed, and he whom thy curses is cursed. And that might be so when it don't consist of Yahweh. Because we just read in Genesis 12, he that blessed thee shall be blessed, and he that cursed thee shall be cursed. And Yahweh made Abram a blessing. Thus it reads in the 7th verse. And the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the rewards of divination in their hand. And they came into Balaam and speak unto him the words of Balak. And he said unto them, Lodge here this night, and I will bring you words again. As Yahweh, please take note, as Yahweh shall speak unto me, and the princes of Moab abode with Balaam. And Yahweh came into Balaam and said, What men are these with thee? And Balaam said unto Yahweh, Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab, has sent unto me, saying, Behold, there is a people come out of Egypt, which cover the face of the earth. Come now, curse me them. Peradventure I shall be able to overcome them and drive them out. And Yahweh said unto Balaam, Thou shalt not go with them. Thou shalt not curse the people, for they are blessed. And Balaam rose up in the morning and said unto the princes of Balak, Get you into your land, for Yahweh refused to give me leave to go with you. And the princes of Moab rose up, and they went into Balak and said, Balaam refuses to come with us. And Balak sent yet again princes more and more honorable than they. And they came to Balaam and said unto him, Thus said Balak, the son of Zippor, let nothing, I pray thee, hinder thee from coming into me. For I will promote thee into very great honor, and I will do whatsoever thou sayest unto me. Come therefore, I pray thee, curse me this people. And Balaam answered and said unto the servants of Balak, If Balak give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of Yahweh, nor should you be able to go beyond the word of Yahweh, dealing with this great subject matter, the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And you should never want to go beyond or over the word of Yahweh. What Yahweh said, that only will I speak this day. Thus it reads. Again in the 18th verse, and Balaam answered and said unto the servants of Balak, If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond. And that is how the faithful, that is how the men of Elohim spoke. I cannot go beyond the word of Yahweh, my Elohim, to do less or more, because it tells us every word of Elohim is pure. He's a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Add not into his words, lest he reprove thee, and thou be found a liar. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, add not nor diminish aught of any word. So this man had enough fear in him and understanding of the holy to tell the king, Balak, I cannot go beyond the word of Yahweh, my Elohim, to do less or more. Because less wouldn't be accepted, nor doing more would be accepted. Now, therefore, I pray you, tarry you also here this night, that I may know what Yahweh will say unto me more. And Yahweh came unto Balaam at night and said unto him, If the men come to call thee, rise up and go with them. But yet the word which I shall say unto thee, that shall thou do. Nothing less, nothing more. It also tells us, if we pick up at the 37th verse of this same chapter, the 37th verse of the 22nd chapter Numbers pick up and tells us, and Balak said unto Balaam, Did I not earnestly send unto thee to call thee? Wherefore came thou not unto me? Am I not able indeed to promote thee to honor? And Balaam said unto Balak, Lo, I am come unto thee. Have I now any power at all to say anything? The word that Yahweh put in my mouth, that shall I speak, and that's what I will speak on today. The words that Yahweh put in my mouth dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And it reads, And Balaam went with Balak, and they came into Kidron Hazor, and Balak offered oxen, sheep, and sent to Balaam and to the princes that were with him. And it came to pass on the morrow that Balak took Balaam and brought him up into the high places of Baal, that thence he might see the uttermost part of the people. Chapter 23. Let's pick up at the 7th verse. Numbers 23, verse 7. And it reads, And he took the parable and said, Balak, the king of Moab, had brought me into Aram, out of the mountains of the east, saying, Come, curse me, Jacob, and come, defy Israel. The 8th verse reads, How shall I curse whom Yahweh have not cursed? You can't. It's impossible. It's just like our sister was speaking earlier about Yahweh being in charge. He is totally in charge. Thus, it reads in the 8th verse, How shall I curse whom Yahweh have not cursed? Or how shall I defy whom Yahweh have not defiled? For from the top of the rocks I see him, and from the hills I behold him. Lo, the people shall dwell alone, and shall not be reckoned among the nations. As it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 33rd chapter, the 28th verse, how the nations were selected based on the children of Israel. Thus, it reads, again in the last sentence, and shall not be reckoned among the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob and the number of the 4th part of Israel? Let me die the death of the righteous, and let my last end be like his. And Balak said unto Balaam, What hast thou done unto me? I took thee to curse my enemies, and behold, thou hast blessed them altogether. And he answered and said, Must I not take heed to speak that which Yahweh had put in my mouth? And Balak said unto him, Come, I pray thee, with me into another place, from whence thou mayest see them. Thou shalt see but the uttermost parts of them, and shall not see them all, and curse me them from thence. And he brought him into the fields of Zephon, to the top of Pisgah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. And he said to Balak, Stand here by thy burnt offering, while I meet Yahweh yonder. And Yahweh met Balaam, and put a word in his mouth, and said, Go again unto Balak, and say thus. And when he came into him, behold, he stood by his burnt offering, and the princes of Moab with him. And Balak said unto him, What have Yahweh spoken? And he took up his parable, and said, Rise up, Balak, and hear, hearken unto me, thy son of Zippor. Yahweh is not a man, and I know y'all hear me saying this a lot, so make sure you got this verse circled, because this is where it comes from. Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. Have he said, and shall he not do it? That's why this lesson is called What Yahweh Said We Will Teach, or we will speak. It reads, Or have he spoken, and shall he not make it good? Behold, I have received commandment to bless, and he hath blessed it, and I cannot reverse it. and you shouldn't want to, because he that bless Israel shall be blessed, and he that curse Israel shall be cursed. Beheld, note the 21st verse. Yahweh has not beheld iniquity in Jacob, neither have he seen perverseness in Israel. Yahweh is Elohim. Yahweh, his Elohim, is with him, and the shout of a king is among them. Yahweh brought them out of Egypt, as he had, as it were, the strength of a unicorn. Surely there is no enchantment against Jacob, neither is there any divination against Israel. According to this time, it shall be said of Jacob and of Israel, what have Yahweh wrought? Behold, the people shall rise up as a great lion, and lift up himself as a young lion. He shall not lie down until he eat of the prey, and drink the blood of the slain. And Balak said unto Balaam, neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all. But Balaam answered and said unto Balak, told not I thee? I'm going to tell you again. Saying, all that Yahweh speak, that I must speak, or that I must do. And Balak said to Balaam, come, I pray thee, I will bring thee into another place. Peradventure, it will please Yahweh that thou mayest curse me them from thence. And Balak brought Balaam into the top of Peor, that looked toward Yashima, and Balaam said unto Balak, build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 bullocks and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. The next chapter, the 24th chapter, and let's pick up at the very first verse, and we will read to the 19th verse, and it reads, and all this is being given to allow us to know that there is only one path, there is only one instruction that Yahweh has given his children to walk on this particular path. Anything else is an add-on or a diminishing. Thus it tells us in the 24th chapter, the very first verse. And when Balaam saw that it pleased Yahweh to bless Israel, he went not as at other times to seek for enchantment, but he set his face toward the wilderness. And Balaam lifted up his eyes, and he saw Israel abiding in his tent, according to their tribes, and the Spirit of Yahweh came upon him. And he took up his parable and said, Balaam, the son of Beor, have said, and the man whose eyes are open have said. Are your eyes open today? He has said, which heard the words of Elohim. Do you hear these words of Yahweh today? Are your eyes being opened? Which saw the vision of the Almighty, falling into a trance, having his eyes open. How goodly are thy tents, O Jacob, and thy tabernacles, O Israel. As the valleys are they spread forth, as gardens by the riverside, as the trees of length olives, which Yahweh had planted, and as cedar trees beside the waters. He shall pull the water out of his bucket, and his seed shall be in many waters. And his king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. And this kingdom that will be higher than Agag is no other than King David. This is a prophecy. Thus it continues to read in the 8th verse. Yahweh brought him forth out of Egypt. He has as it were the strength of a unicorn. He shall eat up the nations, his enemies, and shall break their bones, and pierce them through with his arrows. He crouched, he lay down as a lion, and as a great lion. Who shall stir him up? Blessed is he that blessed thee. It reads, blessed is he that blessed you, and cursed is he that curses you. And Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam, and he smote his hands together. And Balak said unto Balaam, I called thee to curse my enemy, and behold, thou hast altogether blessed them these 3 times. Therefore now flee thou to thy place. I thought to promote thee into great honor, but lo, Yahweh hath kept thee back from honor. Please take note that Yahweh is in charge of everything. And Balaam said unto Balak, speak I not also to thy messengers, which thou sent into me, saying, if Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I, being nothing but a man, cannot go beyond the commandment of Yahweh. Note, to do either good or bad of my own mind. And that is what our brothers and sisters are doing today, dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. But Yahweh said, that will I speak. And now, behold, I go into my people. Come, therefore, and I will advise thee what this people shall do to thy people in the latter days. So he is telling this man, Balak, the prophecies that Yahweh has given him, dealing with the children of Israel and dealing with the Moabites in the latter days. And he took up his parable, said Balaam, the son of Beor, have said, and the man whose eyes are open have said. And note the distinction being made of a man whose eyes are open. He will only tell you what Yahweh said. That will I speak. That is a man known with his eyes open. And this man is not an Israelite, but he still have the distinction of one who have his eyes opened. Thus the 16th verse reads, he hath said which heard the word of Yahweh and knew the knowledge of the Most High, which saw the vision of the Almighty, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open. I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not night. And he ain't talking about nobody but King David. And this is before King David was alive. It says, I shall see him, but not now. This is prophecy given to the king of Moab. I shall see him, but not night. There shall come a star out of Jacob. And a lot of people use this star dealing with the Jew man, but there is a couple references of the children of Israel being as stars of heaven. And their mama and their father was called the sun and the moon. Look it up. Thus it tells us in the 17th verse, I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not night. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter. And the scepter was in the house of Yehudah. You can find that in the blessings that is found in Genesis 49. But it says, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel, and shall smite the corners of Moab, and destroy all the children of Seth. That's King David. 2 Samuel, 8th chapter. It tells us, and Edom shall be a possession. Sir also shall be a possession for his enemies, and Israel shall do violently. The last verse I will read is the 19th verse. Excuse me. I'll go to the 20th verse. The 19th and 20th verse reads, out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion, and shall destroy him that remain of the city. And when he looked on Amalek, he took up his parable and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his latter end shall be that he perish forever. So here, throughout this prophecy, there was a time that the Israelites found themselves coming out of Egypt. They found themselves in the wilderness. They found themselves among the Canaanites of Moab, and they wanted them to be cursed. The king of Moab wanted to destroy these many people that they seen coming in his land. And they went to a famous man that knew divinations and enchantments. And no matter how famous or how powerful the people thought the man was, the man had to let them know, even though you was going to make me honorable, even though you was going to give me many riches, I had to let you know that I was nothing but a man. And all that I could do is what Yahweh allowed me to do. And Yahweh have already spoken that he's not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. Once I bless them, no man can curse them. And I told them, dealing with all the nations of the earth, that you will be the one that blessed them, and you will be the one that cursed them. So today, we are only teaching what Yahweh said. That will I speak. Dealing with this feast of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of 1 Kings, let us go to 1 Kings, the 22nd chapter. 1 Kings, the 22nd chapter. And it tells us in 1 Kings, the 22nd chapter, if we take a look at the 14th verse, 1 Kings, the 22nd chapter, and let's take a look at the 14th verse, and it tells us, let's start reading at the 4th verse. Start reading at 1 Kings, the 22nd chapter. Let's start reading at the 4th verse, and we will read to the 14th verse. Thus it tells us in the 4th verse of the 22nd chapter of 1 Kings, and he said unto Jehoshaphat, will thou go with me to battle to Ramoth Gilead? And this is another story, allowing us to know that the faithful will only speak what Yahweh has said. And I'm using 1 Kings 22 by way of testimony, and I will also use 2 Chronicles by way of testimony. Right now, we find ourselves at 1 Kings 22, the 4th verse. And he said unto Jehoshaphat, will thou go with me to battle to Ramoth Gilead? And Jehoshaphat said to the king of Israel, I am as thy art, my people as thy people, my horses as thy horses. And Jehoshaphat said unto the king of Israel, inquire, I pray thee, as I teach, inquire of Yahweh. Don't inquire of the New Testament. Don't inquire of the Quran. Don't inquire of none of these doctrines. When you want to inquire, inquire of your maker. Thus Jehoshaphat, being a wise man, saying, inquire, I pray you, at the word of Yahweh today. Then the king of Israel gathered the prophets together, about 400 men, and said unto them, shall I go against Ramoth Gilead to battle, or shall I forbear? And they said, go up, for Yahweh shall deliver it into the hand of the king. And Jehoshaphat said, because he didn't believe those words, because they do not consist of the word of Yahweh. Those 400 prophets did not have the word of Yahweh. Thus, the 7th verse reads, and Jehoshaphat said, is there not here a prophet of Yahweh, besides that we might inquire of him? And the king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat, there is yet one man, Micaiah, the son of Amla, by whom we may inquire of Yahweh. But I hate him. Note, there is a man in the land. There is a man in the land that had the knowledge of the holy. There is a man in the land that will only tell you what thus said Yahweh. There is a man in the city that will reprove his brothers and sisters with thus saith Yahweh. But they hate him. All these people, you got 400 prophets, 400 Marays, 400 teachers teaching about the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread according to their own understanding. And then there's one that's going to utter all that Yahweh said, that's going to confirm every word, and you hate him. Don't forget, Yahweh requires that which is past. It tells us again, one second, I need to go right back to that verse. I've lost my space. It tells us again, in the 8th verse, and the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, there is yet one man, Micaiah, the son of Imlah, by whom we may inquire of Yahweh. And that's the key, because that allows you to know if you're right or wrong. That allows you to know if you're on the right path or not. That allows you to know if you're supposed to do it or not. It says, by whom we may inquire of Yahweh. But I hate him, for he never agreed. He always confirming something that I didn't confirm. I hate him, for he does not prophesy good concerning me. He ain't walking with me. He ain't eating of the same purse. He ain't afflicting the people like us. He ain't robbing the people by way of tithes and offerings. I can't stand him. And this is in the days of the Israelites under the law. They under the covenant. There are kings and queens walking in this land. But the people, spirit, is broken. There is a breach of spirit here. And there is a distinction being made, as we will make with this Passover and unleavened bread. Thus it reads, in the last sentence of the 8th verse, but I hate him, for he does not prophesy good concerning me, but evil. And Jehoshaphat said, let not the king say so. Then the king of Israel called an officer and said, hasten hither Micaiah the son of Imlah. And the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, the king of Yehudah, set each other on his throne, having put on their robes in a void place in the entrance of the gate of Samaria, and all the prophets prophesied before them. A bunch of lies. The 11th verse reads, and Zedekiah the son of Shaniah made him horns of iron. And he said, thus said Yahweh, with these shall thou push the Assyrians until thou have consumed them. And all the prophets prophesied so. The remit Gilead and prosper, for Yahweh shall deliver it into the king's hands. And the messenger that was gone to call Micaiah speak unto him, saying, behold now, the words of the prophets declare good. So he trying to tell me, or he trying to tell him, don't speak nothing different than what everybody else speaking. Because everybody else in these classes, and these teachers, and these churches, they are teaching and preaching and prophesizing good toward the king. They telling him to go ahead and do it. Even though this ain't the right way of doing it, go ahead and do it. I pray thee, be like the word of one of them, and speak that which is good. And note the 14th verse, as your brother Samuel loved to teach each and every time. And Micaiah said, as Yahweh liveth, what Yahweh said, and to me, that will I speak. And that's what I speak each and every time that we have presentation. That which has been brought to me. Not what I have, not what's been taught to me, but what's been brought to me. What's been taught to me has been a bunch of lies. What has been taught to me is like these 400 prophets of these 400 prophets of the king of Israel. That's how our brothers and sisters talk today. They talk just like the 400 prophets of the king of Israel concerning the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and us being under the covenant of the law, and us being under the Sabbath. They talk and they prophesy just like these 400 prophets, these 400 false prophets of Ahab. But it allows us to know, again in the 14th verse, and Micaiah said, as Yahweh live, what Yahweh said unto me, that will I speak. So he came to the king, and the king said unto him, Micaiah, shall we go against Ramoth Gilead to fight, or shall we forbear? And he answered him, go and prosper, for Yahweh shall deliver it into the hand of the king. And all he did was respond like the messenger asked him to respond. And the king said unto him, how many times shall I adjure thee that thou tell me nothing but that which is true in the name of Yahweh? And he said, since you want the truth, I saw all Israel scattered upon the hills, as sheep that have not a shepherd. And Yahweh said, these have no master. Let them return every man to his house in peace. And the king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat, did I not tell thee that he would prophesy no good concerning me, but evil? And he said, hear thy therefore the word of Yahweh. I saw Yahweh sitting upon his throne, and all the host of heaven standing by him on the right hand and on his left. And Yahweh said, who shall persuade Ahab that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? And one said on this manner, talking about the 400 prophets, it says, talking about the host, it says, and one said on this matter, and another said on that matter. And there came forth a spirit and stood before Yahweh and said, I will persuade him. And Yahweh said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lion spirit in the mouth of all his prophets, as it is this day. All these Morays, all these teachers, all these pastors, all these procrastinators have taught us what they wanted to teach us. And it is not what Yahweh said. Thus, I will not speak it. I will speak against it by showing you and I all that Yahweh said dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It continued to tell us, if we pick up at the 19th verse, and he said, hear thy therefore the word of Yahweh. I saw Yahweh sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven standing by him, on his right hand and on his left. Excuse me. We are at the 22nd verse. It says, and Yahweh said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lion spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. So if you are not speaking what is written, it is only because a lion spirit is upon you, and you have not the knowledge of the holy. And he said, thou shalt persuade him, and prevail also. Go forth and do so. Now, therefore, behold, Yahweh hath put a lion spirit in the mouth of all these thy prophets, and Yahweh has spoken evil concerning you. But Zedekiah, the son of Shemaiah, went near and smote Micaiah on the cheek. They always want to jump on you, not knowing that they that curse you shall be cursed. And said, which way went the Spirit of Yahweh from me to speak unto thee? And Micaiah said, behold, thou shalt see in that day, when thou shalt go into an inner chamber to hide thyself. And the king of Israel said, take Micaiah and carry him back into Ammon, the governor of the city, and to Joash, the king's son, and say, thus said the king, put this fellow in prison, because he is willing and able to come before you and teach only what Yahweh said about the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It says, and say, thus said the king, the 27th verse, put this fellow in the prison and feed him with bread of affliction. That's what he deserved for telling the truth. And with water of God and with water of affliction until I come in peace. And note the 28th verse. As I speak about any word that I have ever made a distinction against, it says, Micaiah said, if thou return at all in peace, Yahweh have not spoken by me. And he said, hearken, O people, every one of you. And that's what I teach today. Hearken, you people, to every one of these words. And you be the witness. If Yahweh commanded you to do so or not. It also tells us, Israel, and read the rest of the chapter, you will find out that which was prophesied came to fruition, because Ahab died in the battle. And Jehoshaphat did not, but Ahab died in the battle, so every one of his prophets was in error, because they prophesied that Yahweh would do him good. They prophesied that he would return in peace, but instead he wound up being killed. So it allows us to know that we are only to go by what Yahweh said, no matter what the situation is, no matter where we find ourselves. We are only to go with what Yahweh said, and we are to speak what Yahweh said. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to 2 Chronicles, the 18th chapter. 2 Chronicles, the 18th chapter. Couple more, and then we right into the subject to show the world what Yahweh said. That will I speak. Right now, 2 Chronicles, chapter 18. And it tells us in 2 Chronicles chapter 18, and it really denotes the same story. So I'll just go straight to the verse. And the verse is found in the 13th verse. And it tells us again in the 12th and 13th verse, the deception is we can keep the Passover. The deception is we can keep the Feast of Unleavened Bread in all our dwellings, wherever we are at. And there are more people saying those things than what we are teaching. And what we are teaching is what Yahweh said. That will I speak. So we find in the 12th and 13th verse. I'll start at the 11th. And the 11th and the 12th verse denotes the people today. This is how the people speak today. Even your brethren, your brothers of the tribes of Israel, the many tribes of Israel, which was 12, they all speak, the majority, as we read, or as I spoke earlier, dealing with Exodus 23, follow not the multitude to do evil. Well, this denotes them, as it denotes all of you that follow your brothers and sisters in trying to keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread in a polluted land, and not the land that Yahweh commanded his children to keep every word. Thus it reads in the 11th verse of 2 Chronicles 18. Again, and all the prophets prophesied so, saying, go up to Ramoth Gilead and prosper, for Yahweh shall deliver it into the hand of the king. And the messengers, your maraes, that went to call Micaiah, speak to him, saying, behold, the words of the prophets declare good to the king with one assent, with one mouth. And they want me to have the same mouth. Even though Yahweh put other words in my mouth, they declare that I should speak in the same wise. Let thy words, therefore, I pray thee, be like one of theirs, and speak thy good. The 13th verse denote the house of Yeshurun. And it says, and Micaiah said, as Yahweh liveth, for he lives forever, you going to die real soon. So I'm not going to lay my hat on your words, but instead, as Yahweh liveth, even what my Elohim said, that only will Samuel in the house of Yeshurun speak. Let us turn our scriptures to Proverbs, the 30th chapter. Proverbs, the 30th chapter. I have a few more words on what Yahweh said, that will I speak, and then we'll kick right in with this Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread according to every word that Yahweh has said. Proverbs, the 30th chapter, please. And it tells us in the book of wisdom, again, if we go to the 30th chapter, and what we find in the 30th chapter of Proverbs, if we pick up at the 3rd verse, and it reads, Proverbs 30 and 3. I neither learned wisdom, nor have the knowledge of the holy. There is a knowledge called the knowledge of the holy. And you must have it to have understanding of what Yahweh has said and done. Thus, it reads, I neither learnt wisdom nor have the knowledge of the holy. Who have ascended up into heaven? According to my knowledge, only the Creator. Or descended, according to my knowledge, only the Creator and his angels, according to Deuteronomy, according to Genesis, the 28th chapter, where it talks about Yahweh standing on top of the ladder and angels ascending and descending up upon it. That is the only count. And it denotes the knowledge of the holy. It reads, who have gathered the winds in his fist, according to the knowledge of the holy, only the Creator of the heaven and earth. Who have bound the waters in his garment, only the Creator of the heaven and earth. Who have established all the ends of the earth, only the Creator of the heaven and earth. What is his name? His name is Yahweh. And what is his son's name? If thy can tell. Again, from the knowledge of the holy, the Creator name is Yahweh, and his son's name is Israel. Every word of Yahweh is pure, purified. He is a shield into you that put their trust in him. Add thy not into his words. Don't tell me what he didn't say, lest he reprove thee, correct thee, and thy be found a liar. And a liar is one of the 7 abominations that Yahweh hates. So you don't want to be found a liar on this matter, on no matter. You don't want to be a liar, period. Don't lie to your wife. Don't lie to your children. Don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to your friends. You don't want to be a liar. That is something that Yahweh hates. And don't make and allow no one to make you lie. That's a weak man, and the Almighty hates you. It reads, 2 things have I required of thee, Yahweh, deny me them not before I die. Remove far from me vanity and lies. And we're going to try to remove them this day. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with food convenient, and this food that is about to be served is convenient for us all. Lest I be full in a delusion and deny you and say, who is Yahweh? Or lest I be poor and steal and take the name of my Elohim in vain, as you are doing this day. Accuse not a servant unto his master, lest he curse thee, and thy be found guilty. Israel, there is a generation that curses their father and does not bless their mother. I'm looking at our children killing the whole family. I'm looking at our sons killing 6 members in the house because he don't want to be corrected by his father. I'm watching our daughters kill their mother. I'm watching our sons and our daughters kill their children. But they say they holy. They teach we under the law. There is a generation that curse their father and does not bless their mother. There is a generation that are pure in their own eyes. You must be pure in your own eyes for you not to see the pollution. The profanement that you are bringing toward Yahweh festivals. There is a generation that are pure in their own eyes, and yet, as your brother keeps teaching you, is not washed from their filthiness. The Almighty told us, according to Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, how you must be made clean, how you will be clean from all your filthiness. Well, until that happens, you must be filthy. There is a generation. Oh, how lofty are their eyes. Their eyes got to be lofty. To be talking about they some priests, to be walking around in white as if they are the holy seed of Israel that just got saved, that just walked in the wilderness, that just got passed over. That are pure in their own eyes, and yet is not washed from their filthiness. There is a generation, oh, how lofty are their eyes, and their eyelids are lifted up. There is a generation whose teeth are as swords. Listen to them. And their jaw teeth as knives, because they are eating us up every day, by way of time and by way of these feasts. There is a generation whose teeth are as swords and their jaw teeth as knives, to devour the poor from off the earth, and the needy, you and I, from among men. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter. 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter. I'm trying not to miss anything by way of warning, to let you know what Yahweh said, that will I speak. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to 1 Samuel, because this is what Yahweh said, and this is what I'm going to speak, dealing with this subject matter, the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. 2 Samuel, 1 Samuel 15. It tells us in 1 Samuel 15, if we read the 22nd and 23rd verse. I'll read to the 24th verse. So let's read the 22nd to the 24th verse. And it reads, to allow us to know what Yahweh said, that will I speak, dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. 1 Samuel 15, verse 22. And Samuel said, have Yahweh as great delight in burnt offerings? Because many people say they're going to have burnt offerings in that season. And sacrifices. Some people say they're going to make sacrifices in that season. As in obeying the voice of Yahweh. So the question is, do you think having the knowledge of the holy, that Yahweh has a great delight in burnt offerings and in sacrifices over what Yahweh said? Or as in obeying the voice of Yahweh, and that's the same as what Yahweh said. The voice denotes what he said. Behold, to obey is better, and that's all I have ever said. Every reproof that I have ever given our brothers and sisters have only came by way of the knowledge of the holy, understanding to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken to this lesson than the fat of your lamb. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft. It's no different than you bowing down to Jesus. You teach us to keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread in our enemy's land is no different than you bowing down to Jesus. Let's read. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, divination, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. The Almighty allowing us to know through these verses that iniquity and idolatry is the same when you add to Yahweh's word, or when you take away from Yahweh's word, when you do not hearken to all that Yahweh said out of his voice, when you don't obey what came out of Yahweh's voice, it is in comparison to witchcraft and stubbornness, iniquity and idolatry. It ain't no different if you just had a little God in your pocket. What you teaching us is no different. Again, it reads in the 23rd and the 24th verse, for rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness as iniquity, and idolatry, because thou hast rejected the word of Yahweh. Reject these words today, and you will be known as rebelling. You will be known as practicing witchcraft and stubbornness, iniquity, and idolatry, because thou hast rejected the word of Yahweh. He have also rejected you from being king. And the last verse, and Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned. I wonder how many people is man or woman enough to hear this presentation and come back and tell us they have sinned. And Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of Yahweh. Note, and thy words. These words that we are teaching are to be accepted. If you don't, you have rejected them. Because these ain't our words. We started the presentation telling the world what Yahweh said, that will I speak. So if you deny these words that I'm speaking today, you are rejecting Yahweh, not Samuel. Your murmuring will not be against me. It will be against your Creator. So let's get that straight, because I think many of you think, well, we don't really have to take heed to what the brother's saying. We just keep disagreeing with him. We'll just keep attacking him. But you're not attacking me. You're not disagreeing with me. You're disagreeing with these words. And you shall be found a fool and a liar. Thus, in closing, I'll read the 24th and 25th verse together. And Saul said to Samuel, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment, that's the first sin, of Yahweh, and thy words, that is a sin. Because I fear the people, and many of you are rejecting what I have brought forth, dealing with the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread, because you are worried about the multitude, because you are worried about what your brothers and sisters are saying. Same thing happened to King Saul. Because I feared the people and obeyed their voice. Now, therefore, I pray you, pardon my sin. Forgive me, Brother Samuel, and turn again with me, that I may worship Yahweh. The 26th verse, and this would be the last verse I will use. And Samuel said unto Saul, I will not return with thee, nor have I returned to my brothers and sisters. For thou hast rejected the word of Yahweh, and Yahweh have rejected thee from being king over Israel. We don't want to be demoted. We don't want to go no lower than what we already are. If anything, we want to be honored. We want to be promoted. And we only want that honor and that promotion to come by way of our Maker, by way of these great words that we find in our scriptures of truth. And saying all of that, I want to throw it in right here. I want to put one more place. Let's throw in lamentation. Let's throw in lamentation before we start the lesson. So add lamentation to your notes, Lamentation 3. Let's go there, please. Lamentation 3, because I need to drive this home. And what we are driving home is what Yahweh said, that will I speak. What Yahweh said, that will I teach. And Yahweh is the judge. He is the king. And we are to serve only him. Thus, it tells us in the book of Lamentation, if we all turn there, please, to the 3rd chapter. Lamentation chapter 3. And then we'll kick in the door with the lesson. Lamentation 3. These words here was just teaching you how to proceed the lesson, how you are to fear Yahweh and to depart from me. Lamentation 3 tells us, if we pick up at the 37th verse, and we will read to the 45th verse these great words. Lamentation 3, verse 37. And please take note of this verse and ask yourself and see if you can answer this question. Who is he or she that said, I teach what Yahweh said, that will I speak? The question here is, who is he that says, and it come to pass when Yahweh command it not? How can you keep the Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Sabbath, time, any of the law, if Yahweh have not commanded it so to be done in the enemy's land. The question that the weeping prophet is asking his brothers and sisters is, who is he that says, and a lot of y'all is doing a bunch of talking. A lot of y'all doing a bunch of saying. A lot of y'all doing a bunch of bad teachings. And it says, who is he that says, and it come to pass? But none of what y'all are teaching ever come to pass. And according to Deuteronomy, the 18th chapter, the 18th verse, the Almighty would denote you as a liar, as a false prophet. Thus it asks again, who is he that says, and it come to pass, when Yahweh command it not? Out of the mouth of the Most High proceed not evil and good. Wherefore does a living man complain, a man for the punishment of his sin? Let us search, as I ask you today, let us search and try our ways, try our teachings, test the teachings that have been taught to us by way of tradition of man. And turn again to Yahweh. Well, how would you turn today? The very first thing you would do is turn to these words. Accept and confirm and witness, know and believe every one of these words. And if you do, you just turned from what you was already doing. You just turned from what was already taught to you, which denote vanity. You can do this today. Let us search and try our way and turn again to Yahweh. Let us lift up our hearts with our hands into Yahweh in the heaven. We have transgressed and have rebelled. Thou hast not pardoned. Because there's a generation that's clean in their own eyes, but they have not been cleansed yet. They haven't been forgiven yet. Thou hast covered with anger and prosecuted us. Thou hast slain. Thou hast not pitied. Thou hast not spared. Thou hast not passed over. Thou hast covered thyself with a cloud. And when Yahweh hide himself, Israel, we are in trouble, that our prayers should not pass through. Thou made us as the offscoring and refuse in the midst of the people. Let us all please turn our holy scriptures to Exodus, the 12th chapter. Exodus, the 12th chapter. Because we're going to prove without a shadow of a doubt that there is none that can say, and it actually come to pass when Yahweh command it not. So you can say all you want. Y'all can give out all the invitations you want dealing with a Passover meal and a Feast of Unleavened Bread celebration. But I am willing to bet my life that it will not come to pass. Exodus, the 12th chapter, please. What Yahweh said, that will I speak concerning this great Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread. Thus, let us find ourselves in Exodus, the 12th chapter, and let's start reading at the very first verse. For this is what Yahweh said, and this will I speak. Exodus, the 12th chapter. And before I speak, let's start with the 11th chapter. Let's start with 11. Because I don't really believe that many of us really understand what the spiritual significance of the Passover denotes. Nor do I really think they understand what the spiritual significance of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. How significant it was that we left in haste, quickly. We ate the meal with our shoes on our feet, and our hand and the staff in our hand. We was eating that in haste, and we was ready to leave Egypt. And a lot of people take the Passover as if it denotes how Yahweh destroyed the Egyptians by the flood. Well, the Passover denotes something beyond that. And matter of fact, before we read the 11th chapter, let's go to the 4th chapter. And this is how it's coming in my mind, not how I got it written in my notes. Let's go to Exodus 4, and let's read the 22nd and the 23rd verse real quick. And it tells us in Exodus, the 4th chapter, 22 and 23, and thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, thus saith Yahweh, Israel is my son. And you need to understand this. That way you get the spiritual significance of the Passover. Israel is my son, even my firstborn. As we taught the world according to Proverbs 30. And it tells us, and I say unto you, let my son go. Why? We even get the reason why Yahweh wanted us to be free. That he may serve me. So if he ain't free, you ain't serving him. And if thou refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn. Now let's turn to Exodus 11 chapter. Because I need to show you what Yahweh said, and that is what I will teach. The 11th chapter tells us in the very first sentence, And Yahweh said unto Moses, yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether. Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor, and every woman of her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. And Moses said, thus said Yahweh, what Yahweh said, that will I speak. About midnight will I go out into the midst of Egypt. And note, and all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sit upon his throne, even unto the firstborn of the manservants or the maidservants that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, the land of your captivity, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. But against any of the children of Israel should not a dog move his tongue against man or beast, that you may know, believe, and understand how that Yahweh does put a difference, making a distinction between the Egyptians and Israel. And all these thy servants shall come down unto me, and bow down themselves unto me, saying, get thee out, and all the people that follow thee. And after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in a great anger. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. And one of the greatest wonders is him passing over the children of Israel and slewing all of Pharaoh's firstborn. And Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land. The 12th chapter, the very first verse. And Yahweh continued to speak into Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, their captivity, saying, this moon shall be unto you the beginning of moons, or the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you, not to the world, not to your enemy. The enemy had another moon that they was calling the first. The third verse reads, speak you into all the congregation of Israel, saying, in the 10th day of this moon they shall take to them every man a lamb, a kid according to the house of their father, a lamb for an house. And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next into his house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your account for the lamb. Your kid shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. You shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats, and you shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same moon. And the whole assembly, not some here, some there, and the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening. And they shall take of the blood and strike it on the two side posts and on the upper doorposts of the houses, wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire and unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Eat not of it raw, nor sodden, or boiled at all with water, but roast with fire, his head with his legs, and with the prudence thereof. Not like what you get out of these supermarkets, but we don't even have to play on that because you're not even where you're supposed to be. The 10th verse reads, and you shall let nothing of it remain until the morning. And that which remain of it until the morning, you shall burn with fire. That is an order. The 11th verse of the 12th chapter of Exodus, and thus shall you eat it. Note, a lot of people want to say, well, we were celebrating it in Egypt. They talk as if we kept the Passover and then tomorrow we went to work. That's what you do here. It says, and thus shall you eat it with your lions girded, your shoes on your feet, your staff in your hand, and you shall eat it in haste. Why? It is Yahweh's Passover. You are eating this meal because of this great Passover that you about to see with your own eyes. You about to hear with your own ears. The 12th verse reads, for I will pass through the land of Egypt this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, man and beast, and against all the gods or the princes of Egypt. I will execute judgment. I am Yahweh. And the judgment that will be executed is written and found in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 14th verse. And the blood shall be to you for a token, a sign upon the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, the sign or the token, I will pass over you. That's your Passover. That's what you call yourself memorializing every year in the land of your enemy, which today have no spiritual, because you find your butt still in hell, needing to be saved, needing to be passed over once again. Thus, it continues to tell us in the 12th verse, we in the 13th verse, the last sentence of the 13th verse, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you when I smite the land of captivity, or when I smite the land of Egypt. Note the 14th verse. And this day the 14th day at evening. It reads, and this day shall be unto you for a memorial. Look up the word memorial. You can find it in the Hebrew Concordance under 2146. And you shall keep it a feast. So it is a memorial, and this memorial is to be kept as a feast. To who? You and your brothers in captivity. It reads, to Yahweh throughout your generations. You shall keep it a feast by an ordinance, by statutes, by ceremonies forever. And note, 7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread. Even the first day you shall put away leaven, as we read in the 8th verse, where it talks about how the lamb was to be eaten with unleavened bread. Thus it tells us again in the 15th verse, 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread. Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever eat leavened bread from the first day, which is the 14th day at evening, until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel. The 14th, you add 7, that is the 21st day at evening. The 16th verse reads, and in the first day there shall be an holy convocation. And in the 7th day there shall be an holy convocation to you. No manner of work shall be done in them. Well, let me stop and include this. I just seen recently on social media where they're talking about the Sabbath. And they was asking, was a Sabbath included in the Passover? They said they don't see the word Sabbath. They say they see the word holy convocation. And they are making a distinction that the holy convocation is not a Sabbath. So they asked him, is there a Sabbath in the Passover or the Feast of Unleavened Bread? And I say it is. And the reason why I say it is because of the terminology that Yahweh uses. You might not see the word Sabbath, but you definitely see the words that denote a Sabbath. And that was told the Israelites to do on the Sabbaths. And what is that again? It tells us in the 16th verse, and in the first day. Okay. In the first day, according to the 16th verse, there shall be an holy convocation. And in the 7th day, there shall be an holy convocation to you. Note what the holy convocation denotes, and note what the Sabbath denotes. The exact same thing. It reads, no manner of work shall be done in them. That is the same thing said dealing with all the Sabbaths. I don't care if it's the Sabbatical year. I don't care if it's the Sabbath day. I don't care if it's a holy convocation that denotes a Sabbath in the feast days. They all are commanded the same way. And how are they commanded? It tells us again in the 16th verse, no manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat. That only may be done. And you will find that stated about the Sabbaths. That's the same thing that is said and found in Leviticus, Exodus, the 16th chapter, the very first time that the words of the Sabbath was ever spoke into the children of Israel. So I just wanted to throw that in there to allow you to eat on, to allow you to consider. For it tells us again in the 16th verse in its entirety, in the first day there shall be an holy convocation, and in the 7th day there shall be an holy convocation to you. No matter of work shall be done in them, talking about those days, save that which every man must eat. That only may be done of you. And you shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for in this self-same day, please take note, you wasn't there celebrating no Passover, nor the feast of unleavened bread, because it says, for in this self-same day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore, the reason why shall you observe this day in your generations by an ordinance, by rights forever. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month at even, ye shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month at even. 7 plus 14 is 21. 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your houses. For whosoever eat that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel. Well, today you don't have to worry about that, unless you can show me the congregation of Israel. Whether he be a stranger or born in the land. These laws was commanded for Israel to do in their land, not the land of Egypt, not in the wilderness, but allowing us to know by these instructions, whether he be a stranger or born in the land, you shall eat nothing leavened. In all your habitations shall ye eat unleavened bread. All your habitations is found in the book of Joshua. Will allow you to know every one of the tribes of Israel dwelling places. It continued to tell us in the 21st verse, then Moses called for all the elders of Israel and said unto them, draw out and take you a lamb according to your families and kill the Passover. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the 2 side posts with the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning. For Yahweh will note, it says, again, the true definition of the Passover, for Yahweh will pass through to smite the Egyptians, your enemies. And when he see the blood upon the lintel and on the 2 side posts, note, Yahweh will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come in into your houses to smite you. Let's stop. For all you that has memorialized the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread for 10 and 20 years, why can't you bring forth the testimony that Yahweh passes over us And it's the enemy that's dying. Every time you got on your white and you got your plate before you, why can you not testify that Yahweh continues to pass over us and destroy our enemy? Because it would just be another lie that you have conjured up. Because each and every one of your Passovers, your children have died. It might not be one of your sons and daughters. It might have been your brother. It might have been your sister. It might have been your friend. But you know that their children are dying each and every day. But we constantly perpetrate a lie and act as if we are keeping a Passover. Even our children understand the nonsense. Thus, it continues to read. And ye shall, the 24th verse, and you shall observe this thing for an ordinance to thee and to thy sons forever. This ordinance doesn't change, nor the spiritual significance change. And it shall come to pass, note, when you be come to the land which Yahweh will give you, not in the land of your enemies, not back in Egypt, not in Assyria, not in Babylon, but it says, you come to the land which Yahweh will give you, according as he hath promised, that you shall keep this service. And I said that even the children today know that you're full of it, because it continues to tell us in the 26th verse, and it shall come to pass when your children shall say unto you, as I am saying today, what means you by this service? Why in the heck are you teaching us to keep a Passover? And why in the heck are you teaching us to throw away our baby food and all that on this day? It says, and it shall come to pass when your children shall say unto you, what means you by this service? That you shall not lie. It says that you shall say, it is the sacrifice. Did y'all get this? Every word of Elohim is pure. He's a shield unto them that put their trust into him. Add not into his words, lest he reprove thee, and thou be found a liar. Well, the 27th verse says that you shall say to your children, while you are keeping this service today in the enemy's land, that it is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Passover, who passed over the houses of Israel, the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt. So this is a sacrifice that you're supposed to keep bringing. The Almighty said the male should not appear before me empty-handed. So this is a sacrifice on this memorial that you are to bring forth to Yahweh for what he did in Egypt by passing over the houses of the children of Israel, when he smote the Egyptians and delivered our houses, and the people bowed their head and worshiped. And the children of Israel went away and did as Yahweh had commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. And as I speak, what Yahweh said, that will I speak, and that will I do. It also tells us, and it came to pass, that at midnight Yahweh smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt. From the firstborn, Yahweh didn't just say it, he did it. That's the difference between us today. That's the distinction I'm making. Y'all just saying, ain't doing nothing. Yahweh said and he did it. And that's what we supposed to say. That's what we supposed to speak. What Yahweh said and did, that only will we speak. Thus the 29th verse reads again, and it came to pass that at midnight Yahweh smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne, and to the firstborn of the captives that was in the dungeons, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not an house where there was not one dead, except our houses. Well, today, our houses are the ones that keep finding our sons and daughters dead. But you keep celebrating the Passover. It reads, and he called for Moses and Aaron by night and said, arise up and get you forth from among my people, both you and the children of Israel, and go. Note the spiritual significance. Note the case. Note the matter. Serve Yahweh as you have said. The only way we can serve Yahweh, based on what Yahweh said, we must be delivered from the enemy. Unless you want to say Yahweh just needed something to say, and he just said that based on this case, or based on this account, which would be totally wrong. And it will be a witness that you do not understand the knowledge of the whole. For it tells us, and he called for Moses and Aaron by night and said, rise up and get you forth from among my people, both you and the children of Israel, and go serve Yahweh as you have said. Also take your flocks and your herd as you have said, and be gone, and bless me also. And the Egyptians was urgent upon the people, that they might send them out of the land in haste. For they said, we be all dead men. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneeling trough being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of Israel did according to the word of Moses. And they bought of the Egyptians jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they lent into them such things as they required, and they spoiled the Egyptians. It continues to tell us, as Yahweh said, that will I speak. And the children of Israel journeyed from Ramses to Succoth, about 600,000 on foot, that were men besides children. And a mixed multitude went up also with them, and flocks and herds, even very much cattle. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough which they brought forth out of Egypt. No, for it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Egypt, and could not tarry, neither had they prepared for themselves any victuals. Now the sojourning of the children of Israel, who dwelt in Egypt, was 430 years. And it came to pass, at the end of 430 years, even the selfsame day, it came to pass that all the hosts of Yahweh went out from the land of Egypt. Israel, this, it says, it is a night of observation. This is a night to be much observed into Yahweh for bringing them out from the land of Egypt. So every time you celebrate, every time you memorialize, it is the fact that you out of Egypt. It is the fact that Yahweh did what he said. He brought you out of Egypt. This is that night of Yahweh to be observed of all the children of Israel, note, in their generations. These generations denote Israel being a nation, living in their land. The Almighty even promised Israel that he will punish the fathers of the children, and to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. So he's talking about people in that land, in their generations. It's not talking about you in your enemy's land and you kind of trying to add up some generations. It's talking about particular people living in a particular geographical location in their time period, under generations. Thus, it continued to read. The 43rd verse. And Yahweh said, what Yahweh said, that will I speak. And Yahweh said unto Moses and Aaron, this is the ordinance of the Passover. There shall no stranger eat thereof, but every man's servant that is bought for money. When thou hast circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. A foreigner and an hired servant shall not eat thereof, nor keep the memorial. In one house shall it be eaten. Thou shalt not carry forth aught of the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall ye break a bone thereof. Well, in many of these people's feasts and meals, the bones already been broken in the process of packaging. The 47th verse reads, all the congregation of Israel shall keep it. And when a stranger shall sojourn with you, and will keep the Passover to Yahweh, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one that is born in the land, for no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. One law shall be to him that is homeborn, born in the land of Israel, and unto the stranger that sojourn among you in Israel. Thus did all the children of Israel as Yahweh commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. And it came to pass the selfsame day, for Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, nor will he repent, that Yahweh did bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their armies. The 13th chapter, the very first verse. What Yahweh said, that will I speak. The first verse of the 13th chapter of Exodus, and it reads, and note what it says, and Yahweh speak unto Moses, saying, sanctify to me all the firstborn, whatsoever open the womb among the children of Israel, both of man and of beast, it is mine. And Moses said unto the people, remember this day as I teach today. Remember this. Remember what happened. Remember what Yahweh told them to remember and to memorialize, and how to do it and where to do it. It says, and Moses said unto the people, remember this day in which you came out from Egypt, out of the house of bondage. For by strength of hand, Yahweh alone brought you out from this place. There shall no leavened bread be eaten. This day came you out in the month Abib. And it shall be when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee, a land flowing with milk and honey, that thou shalt keep this service in this time. It reads, in this moon. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and in the 7th day shall be a feast to Yahweh. Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no leavened bread be seen with thee. neither shall there be leaven seen with thee in all thy quarters, the quarters of your inheritance. And thou shalt show thy son. Please take note, because if you show them today, and if they got any common sense, they're going to call you a liar, respectfully, because they know you their father. They know you their mother. But they also know how to read now. And they also reading these same words that I am teaching, and they're going to call you a liar. Because the 8th verse says, and thou shalt show thy son in that day, saying, this is done because of that which Yahweh did unto me. When? When I came forth out of Egypt. Not while I was in Egypt, but when I came forth out of Egypt. And it shall be for a sign unto thee upon thy hand, and for a memorial, please take note, between thy eyes. What is it? That Yahweh law may be in thy mouth. Note, this memorial denotes you being under the law, where you ain't under the law today, nor in your land, nor under this memorial. It tells us again in the 9th verse, and it shall be for a sign unto thee upon thy hand, and for a memorial between thy eyes, that Yahweh law may be in thy mouth. For with a strong hand have Yahweh brought thee out of Egypt. Thou shalt therefore keep this ordinance in his season, in his month, from year to year. And it shall be when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, as he sware unto thee and to thy fathers, and shall give it thee, that thou shalt set apart and to Yahweh all that open the metric, and every firstling that come of a beast which thou hast. The males shall be Yahweh's. And I haven't found one class, one congregation, one group, one moray that teaches this, because they know for a fact that they can't do this in the enemy's land. The 13th verse reads, and every firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb, and if thou wilt not redeem it, then thou shalt break his neck, and all the firstborn of men among thy children shalt thou redeem. You have never done this. And it shall be when thy son, as they are asking you today, I'm a son, and I'm asking you. It says, and it shall be when thy son asks thee in time to come, saying, Dad, Mom, what is this mess you are doing? It don't read that. It says, what is this? That thou shalt say unto him, thy strength of hand, Yahweh brought us out of Egypt, from the house of bondage. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that Yahweh slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore, Israel, the reason why, Israel, I sacrifice to Yahweh all that open the metric, being males. But all the firstborn of my children I redeem. And it shall be for a token, a sign upon thy hand, and for frontlets, a memorial between thy eyes. For by strength of hand, Yahweh alone brought us forth out of Egypt. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 23rd chapter of Exodus, more what Yahweh said that I will speak. The 23rd chapter, the 15th verse, please. Exodus 23, verse 15. And it tells us in Exodus 23, verse 15, I'll start at the 14th verse, and it reads, 3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the month Abib, for in it thou camest out from Egypt. And none, please take note of your delusions and of your gatherings. It tells us, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before Yahweh Elohim. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of Yahweh thy Elohim. Thou shalt not boil or seethe a kid in his mother's milk. So it just allows us to know that the same things is commanded, what we read out of Exodus 12 and Exodus 13. Also, we find in the book of Exodus, if we take a look at the 34th chapter, the 34th chapter of Exodus, we continue to show what Yahweh has said, dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. If you add or take away, you shall be found a liar. Exodus 34, I think we want to go to the 18th verse. And it tells us in Exodus 34, the 18th verse, the feast of unleavened bread shall thou keep. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, as I commanded thee, in the time of the month Abib. For in the month Abib thou came out from Egypt. And note, all that open the metric is mine, and every firstling among thy cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male. But the firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb. And if thou redeem him not, then shalt thou break his neck. All the firstborn of thy sons thou shalt redeem, and none shall appear before me empty. And nobody does this, because you're not in the place, nor do you have the things to do what Yahweh has said. Thus it continues to read, 6 days I shall work. No. 6 days thou shalt work. You ain't going to find Sabbath here. You find rest. And many times rest is transliterated to the Sabbath. But here it says 6 days thou shalt work. But on the 7th day thou shalt rest. In earing time and in harvest thou shalt rest. And a lot of people teach, when we tell them that they're not under the Sabbath, according to Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 34th, the 35th, and the 43rd verse, they say, well, no, that's dealing with the Sabbatical year. That don't have nothing to do with the weekly Sabbath. Well, that's incorrect, and it allows us to know you don't know nothing about the holiness, or the knowledge of the holy. For it tells us again, we that have eyes and can see, look at this 21st verse. It says, 6 days thou shalt work. That is noted in all Sabbaths. But on the 7th day thou shalt rest. It's not just talking about the weekly Sabbath as y'all know it. It says in earing time and in harvest. Well, that would denote the Sabbatical year. Thou shalt rest, and thou shalt observe the feast of wheat, of the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of ingathering at the year end. 3 times in a year shall all your men children appear before Yahweh Elohim, the Elohim of Israel. And to prove without a shadow of a doubt that these feasts was never done in any other land except yours, let's read the very next verse. For it tells us, for I will cast out the nations before you. So you can't be in the midst of the nations keeping it. And it allows us to know the geographical location is talking about, for it says, and enlarge thy borders, neither shall any man desire thy land. It lets you know right here, singular. When thou shalt go up to appear before Yahweh thy Elohim 3 times in the year. And one of those times is the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So it is a proof that the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread only was commanded to be done in your land. And the Almighty will not allow a man to desire your land while you are up to the place where Yahweh placed his name. And that last place was called Jerusalem. The 25th verse reads, thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of Passover be left into the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of Yahweh thy Elohim. Thou shalt not see or boil a kid in his mother's milk. And Yahweh said unto Moses, what Yahweh said, that will I speak. Thus it reads. And Yahweh said unto Moses, write these words, for after the tenor of these words I have made a covenant with thee and with Israel. It also tells us, dealing with this very vital subject, the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, it tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. What Yahweh says, that will I speak. Well, let's go to Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. Let's keep speaking. The truth, that is. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that, Israel. A little technical difficulty, but we right back. Leviticus 23, verse 1 through 8. And it reads, And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, concerning the feasts of Yahweh, every one of them, which you proclaim to be holy convocations. Here go that word holy convocation again. Even these are my feasts. And note the very next verse. 6 days shall work be done, but the 7th day is the Sabbath. So it's saying the 7th day is the Sabbath. Well, there was a 7th day that was added from the 14th day. And the Almighty said there should be a holy convocation the 1st day and the 7th day. Well, the 7th day was a holy convocation. And the 3rd verse in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, it allows us to know 6 days shall work be done. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest. Note, in holy convocation. So they teaching on social media that the holy convocation is not a Sabbath. But when you read that which is required of the holy convocation, it tells us the same thing that is required of the Sabbath. For it reads again, 6 days shall work be done, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest and holy convocation. Yahweh is calling a holy convocation a Sabbath of rest. Yahweh is calling the Sabbath of rest and holy convocation. You shall do no work therein. All of them say that. It is the Sabbath of Yahweh in all your dwellings. Your dwellings consist of the borders, the quarters, the coast, and the country that Yahweh promised your father. These are the feasts of Yahweh, even holy convocations, which ye shall proclaim in their season. In the 14th day of the first moon, at even, is Yahweh's Passover. And on the 15th day of the same moon is the feast of unleavened bread unto Yahweh. 7 days you must eat unleavened bread. Note, in the first day you shall have an holy convocation. You shall do no servile work therein. That's the exact same command dealing with the Sabbath. But ye shall offer and take note of the spiritual significance of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, because they always denote an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, and none of you have ever done such an holy thing. But every time you memorialize the Passover, the 8th verse allows us to know, but you shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh 7 days. And the 7th day is an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein, period. So every one of the holy feasts of Yahweh, in the invitation, we are told that there must be an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, or you have not done anything. It also tells us, if we take a quick look in the book of Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter, to allow us to know what Yahweh said, that will I speak. And it allows us to know that Yahweh changes not. Thus, we're going straight to Deuteronomy. We'll come back to Numbers, but we're going straight to Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter, that Yahweh changed not. Thus, it tells us in the very first verse of Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter, observe the month of Abib, and keep the Passover unto Yahweh thy Elohim. For in the month of Abib, Yahweh thy Elohim brought thee forth out of Egypt by night. Thou shalt therefore sacrifice, please take note, the Passover. And if you don't, you have diminished the words of Yahweh. Thou shalt therefore sacrifice the Passover to Yahweh thy Elohim, of the flock and of the herd, in the place which Yahweh shall choose to place his name. And I'm hearing that people saying, well, the sacrifice today is the money. Every time you say that, you will be found a liar, because you just added to the words of Yah. It tells us in the second verse, thou shalt therefore sacrifice the Passover unto Yahweh thy Elohim, of the flock, of the herd, in the place, not of the money, not of the money, not of the technology. It says of the flock and of the herd, in the place which Yahweh shall choose. You still got to be in the place that he choose to place his name there. Thou shalt eat no leavened bread with it, the Passover. 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread therewith, the Passover, even the bread of affliction. For thou came forth out of the land of Egypt in haste. And remember what we read earlier. They fed Jeremiah with the water of affliction and the bread of affliction, because he was going against all his brothers that was teaching that we can keep the Passover wherever we at. Well, here it tells us, thou shalt eat no leavened bread with it 7 days. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread therewith, even the bread of affliction. It was known as the bread of affliction. For thou came forth out of the land of Egypt in haste, that thou mayest remember the day when thou came forth out of the land of Egypt all the days of thy life. And there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee in all thy coasts 7 days. Neither shall there anything of the flesh, which thou sacrifice the first day at evening, remain all night until the morning. Thou mayest not sacrifice the Passover within any of thy gates. This right here let you know you in error, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee. But at the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose to place his name in, there only shall thou sacrifice the Passover at even, at the going down of the sun, at the season that thou came forth out of Egypt. And thou shalt roast and eat it in the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose, and thou shalt turn in the morning and go into thy tent. 6 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day shall be a solemn assembly, a restraint to Yahweh thy Elohim. Thou shalt do no work therein. And then the 16th verse reads, 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before Yahweh thy Elohim. Where at? Wherever they at? In the place which he shall choose. In what feasts? It reads, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles, and they, your males, shall not appear before Yahweh empty. And you do it every year. Every man shall give as he is able. This does not mean to do the best you can. It reads, every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing. So it lets you know This is not talking about a man doing the best he can. It reads again in closing, every man shall give as he is able according to the blessing of Yahweh thy Elohim, which he hath given thee. Well, today you have not received no blessings. You find yourself under the curse. It also tells us, if we go back one book, let's go to Numbers, the ninth chapter, please. Numbers, the 9th chapter. Numbers, the 9th chapter. And it tells us in Numbers, the 9th chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse. And it reads what Yahweh said, that will I speak. And Yahweh spake unto Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, in the first moon of the 2nd year, after they were come out of the land of Egypt, saying, let the children of Israel also keep the Passover at his appointed season. Note the instructions. Note who just gave them the permission to do such a thing in the wilderness while they was among them. It is none other than Yahweh. Let the children of Israel also keep the Passover at his appointed season. In the 14th day of this month at even, you shall keep it in his appointed season, according to all the rites, not some, not the best you can. Don't add, don't take away, according to all the rites of it, and according to all the ceremonies thereof, shall you keep it. And Moses spake unto the children of Israel that they should keep the Passover. And they kept the Passover on the 14th day of the first moon at evening in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all that Yahweh commanded Moses. So did the children of Israel. And there were certain men who were defiled, as all of you are today, by the dead body of a man, that they could not keep the Passover on that day. And they came before Moses and before Aaron on that day. And take note of this. Because this is the accusation and the charge that I am bringing up against all our brothers and sisters that teach that we are under the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread today. The Almighty said he has given us the end to the beginning so we can search the scriptures to find the truth. And the truth that we are displaying today is that while Israel are in their enemy's land, being defiled and polluted, there is no way in the world that they can sanctify Yahweh, nor what he has said in the enemy's land. There is no way that they can be pure in their own eyes before they are cleansed from their filthiness. And here is a great example of a people being filthy and not in the land. And it shows us, we that have eyes and can see, that you can't keep the feast because you're dirty, nor are you in the land. Let's read. For it tells us in the 4th verse, and Moses spake unto the children of Israel that they should keep the Passover. And they kept the Passover on the 14th day of the first month at evening in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all, not the best they can, but all that Yahweh commanded Moses, so did the children of Israel. And there were certain men who were defiled by the dead body of a man, that they could not keep the Passover. You defile, you can't keep the Passover, at least not on that day. And they came before Moses and before Aaron on that day. And those men said unto him, we are defiled by the dead body of a man. Wherefore, why are we kept back? That we may not offer, please take note, that is the number one thing, that we may not offer an offering of Yahweh in his appointed season among the children of Israel. And Moses said unto them, stand still. He ain't talking like our brothers and sisters talking to the people today. Moses was a man that spoke what Yahweh said, that will I speak. Thus it says, Moses said unto them, stand still, and I will hear what Yahweh will command concerning you. And Yahweh speak unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if any man of you or of your prosperity shall be unclean by reason of a dead body, or be in a journey afar off, he can't keep the Passover at this time. Yet he shall keep the Passover unto Yahweh, the 14th day of the second moon at evening. They shall keep it, and eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. They shall leave none of it until the morning, the same rites and ceremonies, nor break any bone of it. According to all the ordinance of the Passover, they shall keep it. But if you were under the law, and you were in your land, and you did not, and you was clean, and you did not keep the Passover, it reads, but the man that is clean and is not in a journey and forbears to keep the Passover, even the same soul shall be cut off from among his people. Why? Because, please circle this verse, because he brought not the offering of Yahweh in his appointed season. You got the invitation to come to the Passover. You got the invitation to come to the Feast of Unleavened Bread. You got the invitation to keep the Sabbath. You got the invitation to keep the Day of Atonement. But every one of those invitations told you, you better bring the offering of Yahweh in his appointed season. Now one of those feasts is ever done without you bringing the offering to Yahweh. He said, now one of your males bet not appear before him empty-handed. It's all about Yahweh. You must sanctify Yahweh. The most meekest and faithfulest man in Yahweh's house didn't make it in the promised land because he didn't sanctify his maker. And you are not sanctifying him this day. The last verse, the 14th verse, and it reads, and if a stranger shall sojourn among you and will keep the Passover to Yahweh, you know he got to be circumcised. You know he got to be clean. You know he got to be in the land. You know all his males got to be circumcised according to the ordinance of the Passover and according to the manner thereof. So shall he do. You shall have one ordinance, both for the stranger and for him that was born in the land. And my question is, what land? Your enemy's land or the promised land? It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Joshua, the 5th chapter. Joshua, the 5th chapter. During good time. A couple more chapters and verses, and we will open up for comments and questions. Joshua, the 5th chapter. And let's start reading at the 10th to the 15th verse. And it reads, and the children of Israel encamped in Gilgal. This is the first place that the Israelites did the Passover once they entered into the land of promise. Later on, in retrospect, during the days of King David, Jerusalem is chosen. But before Jerusalem was chosen, the very first place that the children of Israel kept the Passover when they entered into the land of promise was called Gilgal. And kept the Passover on the 14th day of the moon at evening in the plains of Jericho. So Gilgal was close and in the plains of Jericho. And they did eat of the old corn of the land on the morrow after the Passover, unleavened cakes and parched corn in the selfsame day. And also take down in your notes, and the manna ceased on the morrow, because they ate nothing but manna most of the time of their 40 years wandering, and the quails that Yahweh brought down. But it says, after they had eaten of the old corn of the land, neither had the children of Israel manna anymore, but they did eat of the fruit of the land of Canaan that year. So it allows us to know this is the first Passover that is made known to us that the children of Israel kept when they entered into the land of Canaan. The next one is found if we go to 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter. 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter. And we teach by the law and by the testimony. If your brothers and sisters come not by the law and the testimony, it is only because there is no light in them. They got to show what Yahweh said and did by these chapters and verses. Everything else is an add-on or a takeaway. 2 Chronicles 30. Other than that, there's no need to have 39 books. Why we got 39 books if we ain't using them? It tells us in 2 Chronicles 30, a little more reading, then we're going to open up for your comments and questions. 2 Chronicles 30 is what I asked for. And let's pick up at the very first verse. This is the second account of the Passover being done where Yahweh commanded every word to be done. And it allows us to know that we're no longer talking about Gilgal or the plains of Jericho or Shiloh, but now we up when the first temple has been built and the city has been selected, and the city was none other than Jerusalem. Thus, we find in 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter, the very first verse. What Yahweh said, that will I speak. And Hezekiah sent to all Israel and Yehudah and wrote letters also to Ephraim and Manasseh, that they should come to the house of Yahweh at Jerusalem to keep the Passover, and to Yahweh Elohim of Israel. For the king had taken counsel in his princes and all the congregation in Jerusalem to keep the Passover note in the second moon. We just read out of the book of Numbers, the 9th chapter, where there was a provision made because of one being unclean or because of one being on a long journey. Well, here it allows us to know that Hezekiah and the people kept the Passover in the second moon. The third verse says, for they could not keep it at that time, the first moon, the 14th day, because the priests had not sanctified themselves significantly. Neither had the people gathered themselves together to Jerusalem. So for the provision that we find made in Numbers 9, Here in 2 Chronicles 30, both provisions applied to the children of Israel. Either they were unclean or they were not in the place that Yahweh commanded all Israel to be to keep the Passover. So it allowed, they had to take the provision of the second month. It continues to tell us in the 3rd verse, again, for they could not keep it at that time because the priests had not sanctified themselves significantly. Neither had the people gathered themselves together to Jerusalem, those that was in the north. It took a while to get down from Ephraim and Dan and all that to the south in Jerusalem. The 4th verse reads, and the thing pleased the king and all the congregation. So they established a decree to make proclamation throughout all Israel, from Beersheba even to Dan, that they should come to keep the Passover and to Yahweh Elohim of Israel at Jerusalem. For they had not, please take note, for they had not done it of a long time in such sort as it was written. And we just took you to Joshua, the 5th chapter. So the post went with the letters from the king and his princes throughout all Israel and Yehudah, and according to the commandment of the king, saying, you children of Israel, turn again unto Yahweh Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, and he will return to the remnant of you that are escaped out of the hand of the king of Assyria. And be not ye like your fathers and like your brethren, which trespass against Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, who therefore gave them to desolation, as you see. The 8th verse. Now be ye not stiff-necked, as your fathers were, but yield yourselves into Yahweh, and enter into his sanctuary, which he has sanctified forever, and serve Yahweh your Elohim. And the only way you can serve Yahweh is to do what he has said, as he has said it, that the fierceness of his wrath may turn away from you. For if ye turn again to Yahweh, note, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captives, so that they shall come again into this land. So the Almighty is saying to the people that's in the land, if y'all do what King Hezekiah request y'all to do, and you come to Jerusalem and keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread according to the law of Moses, that the Almighty will show compassion toward your children, toward your wives, or whoever it is that the Assyrians still have. So it's saying, for if you turn again into Yahweh, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captive. Who is that? The Assyrians. For Yahweh your Elohim is gracious and merciful, and will not turn away his face from you if you return into him. They're in the land. They could return, according to Deuteronomy 30:3. According to 2 Chronicles 29:9. So the post passed from city to city through the country of Ephraim and Manasseh, even to Zebulun. But they laughed them to scorn, like they laugh us today. But they wrong, and we're right, and mocked them. Nevertheless, the virus of Asher and Manasseh and of Zebulun humbled themselves and came to Jerusalem. And that's what many of you brothers and sisters that hear this tape, you're going to have to humble yourself, and eventually you will come to us and allow us to know that you were truly in error. Also in Yehuda, the hand of Elohim was to give them one heart to do the commandment of the king and of the prince by the words of Yahweh. And there assembled at Jerusalem much people to keep the feast of unleavened bread in the second month, a very great congregation. And they arose and took away the altar that were in Jerusalem, and all the altars for incense took they away, and cast them into the brook Kidron. They killed the Passover on the 14th day of the second moon, and the priests and the Levites were ashamed, and sanctified themselves, and brought in the burnt offerings into the house of Yahweh. And they stood in their place after their manner, according to the law of Moses, the man of Elohim. The priests sprinkled the blood which they received of the hand of the Levites. For there were many in the congregation that were not sanctified. Therefore the Levites had the charge of the killing of the Passovers for everyone that was not clean, to sanctify them into Yahweh. For a multitude of the people, even many of Ephraim, Manasseh, Issachar, and Zebulun had not cleansed themselves, yet did they eat the Passover, otherwise than it was written. But Hezekiah prayed for them, saying, Good Yahweh, pardon everyone that prepare his heart to seek Yahweh, Yahweh Elohim of his fathers, though he be not cleansed according to the purification of the sanctuary. And note, the only way it goes, as we read in Lamentation 3 and 37, who can say, and it come to pass when Yahweh commanded not? It says, and Yahweh hearkened to Hezekiah and healed the people. And the children of Israel that was present, they are the only ones that kept it. And the children of Israel that were present at Jerusalem kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with great gladness. And the Levites and the priests praised Yahweh day by day, singing with loud instruments unto Yahweh. And Hezekiah speak comfortably unto all the Levites that taught the good knowledge, as we are teaching this day, of Yahweh. And they did eat throughout the feast 7 days, offering peace offerings and making confessions to Yahweh Elohim of their father. It also tells us, if we take a look at 2 Chronicles 35. Let's just stay in the book of Chronicles. You can also find these same testimonies in the book of Kings. I'll just use the writings of the Chronicles. So let's go to the 35th chapter of 2 Chronicles. And let's read the first verse to the 19th verse. 2 Chronicles 35, verse 1 to 19. This is the third time that it is testified that the children of Israel kept the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread according to the law of Moses in the place that Yahweh placed his name. 2 Chronicles 35. And we are to use the law and the testimonies to show the light. So far, we are showing that Israel only was able to keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread in the place that Yahweh said, and they were only able to keep it if they were clean and not on a journey, and they only kept it in the wilderness because Yahweh commanded them so, because he was among them. Well, dealing with the third testimony, that we find in 2 Chronicles, the 35th chapter, the very first verse. It reads again, moreover, Josiah kept a Passover into Yahweh in Jerusalem, in the place that he placed his name. And they killed the Passover on the 14th day of the first moon. And he set the priests in their charges and encouraged them to the service of the house of Yahweh, and said unto the Levites that taught all Israel, which were holy unto Yahweh, put the holy ark in the house which Solomon the son of David, king of Israel, did build. It shall not be a burden upon your shoulders. Serve now Yahweh your Elohim and his people Israel, and prepare yourself by the houses of your fathers, after your courses, according to the writing of King David, or David, king of Israel, and according to the writing of Solomon his son, and stand in the holy place, according to the divisions of the families of the fathers of your brethren, the people, and after the division of the families of the Levites. So kill the Passover, and sanctify yourselves, and prepare your brethren, that they may do according to the word of Yahweh by the hand of Moses. Any other way, you are in error, and you're going to be reproved and be found a liar. The 7th verse reads, and Josiah gave to the people of the flock lambs and kids, all for the Passover offerings, for all that were present, to the number of 30,300 bullocks. These were of the king's substance. And his princes gave willingly into the people, to the priests, and to the Levites. Hilkiah and Zechariah and Yael, rulers of the house of Elohim, gave into the priests for the Passover offerings 2,600 small cattle and 300 oxen. And all these animals is not given to the people if these things was not required. Without a sacrifice to Yahweh, you have done nothing when it comes to the feasts of Yahweh. For all of the feasts of Yahweh, there must be a burnt offering. There must be a burnt offering to Yahweh. There must be. It's on your invitation. Read it. Thus, it continues to tell us about this great man and this great Passover. It says, in the 9th verse, Coniah also, and Shemaiah, and Nathaniel, his brethren, and Hasbaniah, and Yael, and Jozabad, chief of Levites, gave into the Levites for Passover offering 5,000 small cattle and 500 oxen. So the service was prepared, and the priests stood in their place, and the Levites in their courses, according to the king's commandment. And they killed the Passover, and the priests sprinkled the blood from their hands, the same rites and the same ceremonies. And the Levites flayed them, and they removed the burnt offerings, that they might give according to the division of the families of the people, to offer unto Yahweh, as it is written in the book of Moses. So did they with the oxen. And they roast the Passover with fire, according to the ordinances. But the other holy offerings sod they in pots, and in cauldrons, and in pans, and divided them speedily among all the people. And afterward they made ready for themselves and for the priests, because the priests, the sons of Aaron, were abused in offering of burnt offerings and the fat until night. Therefore the Levites prepared for themselves and for the priests, the sons of Aaron. And the singers, the sons of Asaph, were in their place, according to the commandment of David, and Asaph, and Heman, and Yedalbin, the king's seer, and the porters waited at every gate, they might not depart. they might not depart from their service, for their brother and the Levite prepared for them. So all the service of Yahweh, for all the service of Yahweh was prepared the same day to keep the Passover and to offer burnt offerings upon the altar of Yahweh, according to the commandment of King Josiah. And the children of Israel that was present kept the Passover at that time and the feast of unleavened bread 7 days. And please take note of the 18th and 19th verse. And there was no Passover like to that kept in Israel. And that's all I'm trying to do, is make a distinction and show you, if you're really trying to be right, if you're really trying to fear Yahweh and depart from evil, and your Passover would denote King Josiah Passover, because King Josiah Passover only denotes what Yahweh said. It reads, and there was no Passover like to that kept in Israel from the days of Samuel the prophet, neither did all the kings of Israel keep such a Passover as Josiah kept, and the priests and the Levites and all Yehudah and Israel that were present, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. In the 18th year of his reign of Josiah was this Passover kept. And it's stated, because I didn't read it, but it was stated that there was no Passover like unto the Passover of Josiah. And let me state that right quick, and then we can move on. I think that's found in 2 Kings 23. Let me get there right quick. Second Kings 23, and it tells us in 2 Kings 23, y'all can write down 2 Kings 23, verse 21 and 22 and 23, for it tells us in 2 Kings 23, verse 21, and the king commanded all the people, saying, keep the Passover unto Yahweh your Elohim, as it is written in the book of this covenant. Surely there was not holden such a Passover from the days of the judges. I might have read it when I read Samuel. That judged Israel, nor in all the days of the kings of Israel, nor of the kings of Yehudah. And I did read that in 2 Chronicles 35, verse 18 and 19. I just wanted to read it again to make sure it's recorded. But in the 18th year of King Josiah, wherein this Passover was holden to Yahweh in Jerusalem. And the last place that our holy scriptures show us that the Passover was done in Jerusalem is found in the book of Ezra. Let us all please turn our scriptures to Ezra, the 6th chapter. And it tells us in Ezra, the 6th chapter, if we pick up at the 14th verse. Ezra, the 6th chapter, and let's start reading at the 14th verse to the 22nd verse, please. Ezra, the 6th chapter, the 14th verse, please. And it reads, and the elders of the Hebrews builded, and they prospered through the prophesying of Haggai, the prophet, and Zechariah, the son of Iddo. And they built and finished it according to the commandment of the Elohim of Israel, and according to the commandment of Cyrus and Darius and Artaxerxes, king of Persia. And this house was finished on the 3rd day of the month Adar, which was the 6th year of the reign of Darius the king. It continues to tell us, and the children of Israel, the priests, the Levites, and the rest of the children of the captivity kept the dedication of this house of Elohim with joy, and offered at the dedication of this house of Elohim 100 bullocks, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel, 12 he goats, according to the number of the tribes of Israel. It tells us sorry about that. And they set the priests in their division, and the Levites in their courses, for the service of Elohim, which is at Jerusalem. For the Almighty commanded our fathers to keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread at the place that he placed his name, in the first moon on the 14th day at evening, as it is written in the book of Moses. What Yahweh said, that will I speak. And the children of the captivity kept the Passover upon the 14th day of the first moon. For the priests and the Levites were purified together, they clean. All of them were pure, and killed the Passover for all the children of the captivity, those that came up out of the captivity and made it to Jerusalem, and for their brethren, the priests, and for themselves. And the children of Israel, which were come again out of captivity, and all such that had separated themselves, and to them from the filthiness of the heathen of the land, to seek Yahweh Elohim of Israel, did eat, and kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with joy, for Yahweh had made them joyful, and turned the heart of the king of Assyria into them, as he said in 2 Chronicles 30. If y'all kept the Passover, then I will make the king of Assyria show your sons and your daughters compassion. Thus he did, as it reads again in the 22nd verse, and kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with joy. For Yahweh had made them joyful, and turned the heart of the king of Assyria into them, to strengthen their hands in the work of the house of Elohim, the Elohim of Israel. This is the last testimony of the children of Israel keeping the Passover out of the 39 books that we have in our scriptures of truth. Thus, in closing, dealing with what Yahweh said, that will I speak, let us go to the book of Isaiah. The book of Isaiah, chapter 55. Isaiah chapter 55. And we find in Isaiah chapter 55 these great words that we will read to our brothers and sisters, to ask them to wait on Yahweh. For it tells us in the very first verse of Isaiah 55, for those that charge our brothers to sit among deceit and to eat a meal of deception, Ho, everyone that thirsts, come you to the waters, and he that has no money, you don't have to pay $200 to eat a plate of deceit. It says, and he that have no money, come you, buy and eat. Yea, come buy wine and milk without money and without price. Wherefore do you spend money for that which is not bread? What our brothers and sisters are teaching us about the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread do not denote bread, and your labor for that which satisfied not. Hearken diligently unto me, and eat you that which is good, these words, this table that we have set this day, and let your souls delight itself in its truth, in its fatness. Incline your ear and come into me. Hear, and your soul shall live. That mess that they are teaching us, our souls don't live, it only die. And I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercies of David. Behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, a leader and a commander to the people. Behold, I shall call a nation that thou knowest not, and nations that knew not thee shall run into thee, because of Yahweh thy Elohim, as it reads in the book of Malachi, in the book of Zechariah. And for the Holy One of Israel, for he hath glorified thee. Seek ye Yahweh while he may be found. Call you upon him while he is near. Let the wicked and our brothers and sisters forsake their way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts, and let him return into the truth. Let him return into Yahweh, and he will have mercy upon him, and to our Elohim, for he will abundantly pardon. For my thoughts are not your thoughts. You can't see the difference? Look at the words and see what your brothers and sisters say. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, said Yahweh. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. For as the rain comes down and the snow from heaven, and return not tighter, but waters the earth, and make it bring forth and bud, that it may give seed to the sower and bread to the eater. So shall my word be that goes forth out of my mouth. What Yahweh said, that will I speak. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. For you shall go out with joy and be led forth with peace. The mountains and the hills shall break forth before you into singing, and all the trees of the field shall clap their hands. Instead of thorns shall come up the fir tree, instead of the briars shall come up the myrtle tree. And it shall be to Yahweh alone for a name, for an everlasting sign that shall not be cut off. The last place I will go to is, I need two more places. Let's go to Jeremiah 42. Jeremiah 42, and then we will end with Psalms 133. Right now, let's go to Jeremiah 42, because I need this recorded. Because by the law and by the testimony, if they come not according to these, it's only because there's no light. We got light on the matter, and there's nothing new under the sun. Yahweh said he have required that which is past, and Yahweh said that he have told us the end to the beginning. So what I am saying today is nothing new. It tells us in Jeremiah 42. And I am using this against all the brothers and sisters that hear this recording. Jeremiah 42. Because Yahweh said he will award every man according to his doings. It ain't got nothing to do with what I see. It ain't got nothing to do with what I know. Yahweh said he will reward every man and woman according to their doings. Well, let's read. Let's see how many people fear Yahweh and depart from me. For it tells us in Jeremiah, the 42nd chapter, I'll start at the very first verse, and it reads, I'll read to the I'll read the 42nd chapter. Let's read the 42nd chapter of Jeremiah, then we'll jump to Psalms 130, and we'll open up for comments and questions. It tells us in Jeremiah 42, verse 1, Then all the captains of the forces, and Johanan the son of Ker, and Jazaniah the son of Hashaniah, and all the people from the least even into the greatest came near, and said unto Jeremiah the prophet, note what he said. Note what y'all said. Note what you act like you really want to know. Let we beseech thee, our supplication be accepted before thee. Let we beseech thee, our supplication be accepted before thee, and pray for us and to Yahweh thy Elohim, even for all this remnant. The remnant denotes that which is left. And in this particular chapter, it gives a great biblical definition of the word remnant. For in the same verse it says, for we are left but a few of many, as thy eyes do behold us. So this is a great biblical definition for the word remnant. The word remnant denotes those that are left. Here it says, for we are left but a few of many. So the remnant are those that are left from a many, as thy eyes do behold us, that Yahweh thy Elohim may show us the way wherein we may walk. So many people want to know, what's the way, brother? How do we walk this Passover in the Feast of Unleavened Bread? And I would never give you my opinion. I'm going to tell you, let me see what Yahweh said. And that's going to allow me to go into this book and study. That's going to allow me to get on my knees and pray for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Thus it reads in the third verse, that Yahweh thy Elohim may show us the way wherein we may walk, and the thing that we may do. Then Jeremiah the prophet said unto them, I have heard you, brothers and sisters. Behold, I will pray unto Yahweh your Elohim, according to your words. And it shall come to pass that whatsoever thing Yahweh shall answer you by me, I will declare it unto you. I will keep nothing back from you. I'm going to show you everything that he said. Then they said to Jeremiah, Yahweh be a true and faithful witness between us, if we do not even according to all things, ALL, for the which Yahweh Elohim shall send thee to us. And that is no different than this presentation today. I am showing you exactly what Yahweh said to his children, exactly what Yahweh required. Now let's see, are you man enough to stand to what Yahweh said? Or are you rebellious enough to not even consider and just add and take away as you go? For it tells us, then they said to Jeremiah, Yahweh be a true and faithful witness between us, if we do not even according to all things, for which Yahweh thy Elohim shall send thee to us, whether it be good or whether it be evil. If the Almighty say don't do it, then we ain't going to do it no more. We will obey the voice of Yahweh our Elohim. As this presentation says, what Yahweh said, that will I speak. That's the only thing I'm going to teach you. Whether it be good or whether it be evil, we will obey the voice of Yahweh our Elohim, to whom we send thee, that it may be well, that we may be accepted with us, when we obey the voice of Yahweh our Elohim. And it came to pass after 10 days that the word of Yahweh came to Jeremiah. Then called he Johanan, the son of Korah, and all the captains of the forces which were with him, and all the people from the least even to the greatest, and said unto them, thus saith Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, and to whom you sent me to present your supplications before him. If you will still abide in this land, then will I build you. The land he's talking about was the land of Israel and the land of Babylon. They wanted to run from the punishment. They wanted to run into Egypt. They thought that they had protection from the Egyptians. So it tells them, and I'm using this in comparison of where the people today believe that they can do the law, that they can do the Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread in Egypt, or in some other land than the land that Yahweh command all to be done. Thus the 10th verse reads again, if you will still abide in this land, then will I build you and not pull you down, and I will plant you and not pluck you up. For I repent me of the evil that I have done unto you. Be not afraid of the king of Babylon, of whom you are afraid. Be not afraid of him, said Yahweh, for I am with you, to save you, to deliver you from his hand. And I will show mercies unto you, that he may have mercy upon you, and cause you to return to your own land. But if ye say, we will not dwell in this land, neither obey the voice of Yahweh your Elohim, saying, no, but we will go into the land of Egypt, where we shall see no war, nor hear the sound of the trumpet, nor have hunger of bread, and there will we dwell. And now, therefore, hear the word of Yahweh, ye remnant of Yehudah, thus saith Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel. If ye wholly set your faces to enter into Egypt and go to sojourn there, then it shall come to pass for your disobedience, for your rebellion, that the sword which ye feared shall overtake you there in the land of Egypt. And the famine whereof ye were afraid shall follow close after you there in Egypt, and there ye shall die. So shall it be with all the men that set their face to go into Egypt, to sojourn there. They shall die by the sword, by the famine, by the pestilence, and none of them shall remain or escape from the evil that I will bring upon them. For thus saith Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, as my anger and my fury has been poured forth upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so shall my fury be poured forth upon you, when you shall enter into Egypt, and you shall be in distraction, and in astonishment, and a curse, and a reproach, and you shall see this place no more. Yahweh has said concerning you, O you remnant of Yehuda, go you not into Egypt? Know certainly that I have admonished you this day. For ye dissembled in your hearts when ye sent me into Yahweh your Elohim, saying, pray for us, and to Yahweh our Elohim. And according to all that Yahweh our Elohim shall say, so declare unto us, and we will do. And you just a liar. And now I have this day declared it unto you. I'm declaring it today. Let's see how many of you truly fear Yahweh and depart from evil. But you have not obeyed the voice of Yahweh your Elohim, nor anything for which he has sent me into you. Now therefore know certainly that ye shall die by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence, in the place where you desire to go and to sojourn. Because the Passover is not going to save you, nor the feast of unleavened bread, if it is not done as commanded. And let us go one more place and close, and that will be Psalms 133. Let us all turn to Psalms 133 in closing of this great presentation, where Yahweh said, that will I speak, the Passover and the feast of unleavened bread. Psalms 133 in close. And it reads, behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren, all 12 tribes, at one place, and make sure that place is the place that Yahweh have chose. It is for brethren to dwell together in unity. We don't supposed to all be doing our own thing. When the children of Israel appeared according to the Passover that Hezekiah had in the 2 Chronicles 30, he called all the people to one place. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that run down the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there, please take note, for there Yahweh commanded the blessings. And note what the blessings consist of, Israel. Even life forevermore. That will be the end of the presentation, which was called what Yahweh said, that will I speak, the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Hallelujah and Shalom, Israel. We will open up for comments and questions. 2 minutes per comment, 2 minutes per question, and please let the people know who's speaking. Is there any comments or questions?
Mine is this. I am blessed totally by the teaching. I love every moment of it. Yah knows how much I will actually receive and retain. So when he fixes it so that I can go and do something I had to do and come back timely and still know that I've received the word in its totality, I just give him all the praise. Praise Yah. Thank you. First, I want to congratulate you on how wonderful you work, and it's obviously so much work that you put into the presentation. Well, it's excellent. I love every moment, and I've grown through it. I love especially the fact that you continue to repeat the fact that if I turn my seed, and I had not even thought I had seed, I thought seed was actually just the male portion of the baby that's made. So my seed, because I have turned, they will live. They will live. Now I question whether or not the child, because I know my daughter has told me and she believes that she has turned to Yah with me. Could she possibly be thinking she's turned and not really have turned? Or is her belief when she tells me, is that just the case? If she said that, then she has turned. And in either case, Yah said his promise to me was that if I turn to him, then my seed, me and my seed, will live forever. Praise Yah. That was the other issue. The forever part of that. Praise Yah. So, shalom.
Hallelujah. And that's very wisely spoken. And a lot of times when it's dealing with our seed, we might not even be alive to see those children receive that blessing. But the Almighty let us know, like he let Daniel know, and like he let our father Abraham know, that you're going to die of old age. But you can rest assured that I'm going to bless your children. So all these things, as you spoke earlier, all these things deal with Yahweh. Yahweh is in charge. He is the one that's going to put the blessings upon our children. He the one that will release the curse above our children. So when we return today, all we can do is return to what we have comprehended. All we can do is return to what we know and believe and understand. And the Almighty know if we return. The Almighty know it. He said he is the one that will reward every man according to his doings. So he knows if you read these words, he knows if you got a contrite spirit, he knows if you tremble at his words. He knows. I might not know. Your husband, your wife might not know, but he knows. So do it for him. Don't do it for me. Don't do it for you. Do it for him. Believe these words for him. Fear him and depart from evil. Is there any other comments or questions dealing with this great Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread? Is there any other comments or questions? If there isn't any other comments or questions, we can go ahead and end the presentation. It was pretty long, and we definitely taught what Yahweh said. I didn't speak no more than what Yahweh said. Is there any other comment or questions? If there is not, let us all please go ahead.
Great presentation as always, Brother Samuel.
Yeah.
You hit the nail on the head every time. If people can't understand the day, if they can't understand any of the time, they just don't want to understand. That's it.
And that's absolutely true. That's why we did the presentation in the order that we did. What Yahweh said, that will I speak. So I made sure I only spoke what Yahweh said dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. If we add, if we take away from anything that we have shown forth today, it will denote that you are not taking heed to what your master has said, because these are not my words. I might expound on the verse. I might show some similarities to us and our fathers, but I'm only expounding off of what I am reading right before our eyes. So I'm only saying what Yahweh has said. And we all supposed to be in agreement with what Yahweh said. We all do. Very wisely spoken, sisters. Is there any other comments or questions or rebuttals? If I'm wrong, correct your brother. But if not, we can go ahead and end the presentation. I don't want to hold you no much longer. So if there isn't any other comments, if there isn't any other questions, if there isn't anybody that want to glorify Yahweh, let us close by going to Psalms 132. Because like I said,
Allow Yah, brother. This is Brother Eliakim.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm grateful, and I'm always thankful to Yah for all of his instructions, all of his wisdom and knowledge that he gives to us through you to confirm the things that we've been studying on our own or whatever we're doing. And I just want to thank you, brother, for the continued service that you give. And I want to thank Yah for you, and I want to thank Yah for him, for all his goodness. Allow Yah.
Hallelujah. And that's very wisely spoken, my brother.
Thank you, brother.
Is there any other comments or questions before we go to Psalms 32?
Yes, I just want to say one more thing. That I love the way you bring forth the Almighty's word, because you definitely don't add and you definitely don't take away, and you don't give no wild, outlandish story and all this nonsense. You keep it focused on the Creator and what He said.
Hallelujah. I thank you for lending the eye that you can see that.
Right.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions? If there isn't, I would just like to thank the listening audience again for lending the ear that you may hear. Is there somebody that's trying to say something? Again, I thank Yahweh for lending your ears that you may hear and that you may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And if you truly take heed to all that Yahweh has said and depart from what you were doing, you have truly departed from evil. Let us close this great presentation with Psalms 32. Psalms 32 in closing. And it reads, "Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Blessed is the man or woman to whom Yahweh imputes not iniquity, and in whose spirit there is no God. When I kept silent, my bones waxed old through my groin all the day long. For day and night thy hand was heavy upon us. Our moisture is turned into the drought of summer. Selah. We acknowledged our sins into thee, and our iniquity have we not hid. We said we will confess our transgressions unto Yahweh, and thou forgavest the iniquity of our sins. Selah. For this shall everyone that is Elohimly pray into thee in a time when thy mayest be found. Surely in the floods of great waters they shall not come nigh into him. Thy art our hiding place. Thy shall preserve us from trouble. Thy shall compass us about with songs of deliverance. Selah. I will teach thee, I will instruct thee and teach thee in the way which thou should go, as we just seen today in this great presentation. I will instruct thee and teach thee in the way which thou should go. I will guide thee with my eye. But you not as, be ye not as the horse, or as the mule, which have no understanding, whose mouth must be held in with bit and bridle, lest they come near unto thee. Many sorrows shall be to the wicked, but he that trusts in Yahweh, mercy shall compass him about. Be glad in Yahweh, and rejoice, ye righteous, and shout for joy, all you that are upright in heart. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Shalom, family. Thank you.
Hallelujah. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom. Have a good night, family.
Yakai, Yakai.
Hallelujah.
Praise God.